there's no run. Have you plugged something in now?
Hopefully soon the viewers on the stream will be able to hear us.
Right.
I saw that it was plugged in one end and just assumed that it was plugged in at the other end, and turned out that was incorrect.
Excellent. Bailey to Denley, it's defended to mid-off, and there's no run.
So all our fantastic witty chat that we've had so far today,
and it was hilarious as well.
It really was great.
Yeah.
Has been missed by our viewers.
Oh, that's a shame.
On the Kent Cricket live stream, so I can only encourage them to go back and listen to the BBC Sport app and website for the intro,
because it was one of the great intros to county cricket, actually. What a shame. 2 slips waiting. Bailey bowls off the back foot, driven away into the offside by Denley. Good stop at cover.
Yeah, they missed my anecdote, or my dad's anecdote about playing with Ben Dawkins when he was 12 in the Tunbridge Wells 4th team.
We just repeated it.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. Yeah, in short.
Yeah. It was too good not to repeat, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I didn't want the viewers to miss out.
No.
Hello, by the way, I'm Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent. I wasn't here yesterday. Everything was working yesterday.
Bailey in, balls it short, and it's slapped out towards the leg side by Denley. And Marcus Harris losing his cap in the breeze as he goes scampering after it. But Balderson gets there first.
It was actually thinking last night, I was thinking to myself, have I actually done a championship game at Canterbury this season? Because I was on leave at the start of the season. So was watching and listening from home, like a lot of people will be right now. But of course, it was at the visit of Leicestershire. I did see Rehan Ahmed get 100 here.
Bailey to Denley, playing and missing. Through to Hurst.
It was during that purple patch that he had, where he just kept whacking hundreds.
Yeah,
and
taking wickets.
Yeah. Although it was a really good battle actually, Rehan against Ben Compton, who was batting outside his off stump and was just kind of padding everything away, and he was just like jumping around the crease like he had ants in his pants, but he was managing to not get out to Rehan.
Final ball of the over as Denley defends, pressing the ball away to cover. No run. 107 for no wicket. Now Kent in their second innings, that's a lead of 116 runs. Denley has 65 and Dawkins on 36.
Yeah, we were also saying about how you and Matt Cole have spent quite a lot of time together over the last few days, so he's having a breather today.
Yeah, he can't possibly stomach another day in the commentary box. Don't blame him.
We shall do our best to bring you as much commentary as possible today, because the forecast is a bit mixed, and the sunshine that was here for a bit has been swallowed up by cloud over the ground here at Canterbury, as Williams with 2 slips is in and bowling to Ben Dawkins, who is solidly in behind this one defensively. Is it Ben Dawkins or is it Zach Crawley's clone? I'm now repeating all our jokes for the first 10 minutes. But yeah, Morley was saying earlier on that the forecast for the evening session is perhaps not looking overly optimistic, but we're all good at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah, and as you were pointing out about the game kind of swinging a little bit to and fro yesterday and ending up being at parity after first innings, I was thinking, days 3 and 4 could be a one innings shootout, if you will, but this partnership last night obviously helped Kent edge ahead, you feel, in the game. Albeit if they're a bit on and off today, it could be tricky for batters to kind of keep resetting and whatnot. As Williams is in and bowling now with the keeper up to the stumps. Matty Hurst deciding to get a bit more up close and personal with Ben Dawkins, which I like as a tactic.
Yeah, he did ebb and flow. Yes, it was a good game. It's been a very good game of cricket. It's been a good pitch to play cricket on as well.
I must admit, I've obviously, again from afar, been really quite surprised by the wicket as Williams is in and bowling. Edged, taken. Ben Dawkins goes for 36 and just got turned around a little bit by that delivery from Will Williams. It was like he was trying to play it through the leg side, and a little hint of away movement, and he's got a leading edge to the one slip fielder that was in position. And credit to the captain, Jennings has taken the catch, but he also, whether it was his or Matty Hurst's idea to get the keeper up to the stumps, just draws the batter back in their crease a touch, and meant he was a little bit stuck on the crease and didn't get right forward to that delivery, and as a result the edge has been taken and Lancashire have got their breakthrough. So yeah, good cricket all round from the visitors, and disappointment for Dawkins not to be able to kick on from the start that he made last night and build on his half century in the first innings. But he departs and Kent are 107 for 1.
Batted very nicely, hasn't he, in the game, both in the first innings. A lovely 60 batting at 3 in the first innings for Kent. He kind of gave it away a little bit in that first innings. He took an age to get off the field because he was clearly very, very disappointed.
Yeah, just clipped one straight to mid-wicket, didn't he?
Yeah. But he's been got out there by a good piece of bowling by Will Williams. But yeah, what a good couple of days with the bat for Ben Dawkins.
Yep, and one teenager departs, and Kent have got another one. Another England under-19 international to come in and replace him. Ekansh Singh, promoted up the order to number 3. Has batted at 3 a few times in the championship already this season, so not necessarily an unfamiliar role for him.
The fact that it's not Ben Compton, does that tell us that he's still not, well, presumably it does tell us that he's still not ready to come out and bat?
Yeah, seemingly so. We know it's not concussion like with Tawanda Mayeye, because of course next on the list to bat will be Joe Denley, who is the concussion sub for Mayeye. Compton has an otherwise separate injury which is preventing him from batting at the moment. So Singh faces up to Williams and plays forward to this delivery. In fact, wicketkeeper Matty Hurst has now gone back to his more orthodox position. Another slip's been added to the cordon, but yeah, they've decided, Lancashire, that bringing the keeper up to the stumps did the job. Will now revert back to type.
At that wicket was also Will Williams' 100th first-class wicket for Lancashire.
Excellent. Here he is again, defended away by Ekansh Singh, because of course it may well be his, well, I'm sure it won't be his last, but
it could be.
It could be. He's off to pastures new next season, isn't he?
Yeah, he's off to Gloucestershire. I think it's a 3-year deal he's signed with Gloucestershire.
He's going to be a real pain for batters on that wicket at Bristol, isn't he?
He seems perfect for it, yeah.
It really does seem like the perfect combination. Batters are going to hate facing Will Williams at Bristol. Here he comes. Just that nagging line and length, and then the pitch at Bristol will give him a bit of nibble and sideways movement, and he already gets it in the air anyway. And he gets a little ripple of applause as well for having taken the wicket of Dawkins in that over. But yeah, we were talking about the pitch, weren't we? And actually, sometimes wickets here at Canterbury, not just this season but in recent seasons, have been very slow, a little bit tiresome, and haven't necessarily produced the most entertaining cricket. There was one a few seasons ago where Kent batted for 2 days, Warwickshire batted for 2 days, Dom Sibley kind of bored everyone to submission, and we all went home having not even got to the second innings.
Bailey to Denley, turned out towards the onside, up towards mid-on, no run.
It's been a nice contest between bat and ball.
Yeah, it's been very enjoyable. Yeah, good couple of days.
Been some spin, been some bounce for the seamers with the new ball. Although a couple of the Lancashire dismissals yesterday really got up. Like Bahan's one was a snorter.
It was, yeah. Yep, there's been a bit in there for everybody, which is quite nice. Denley defending carefully to mid-off, no run. A little bit up and down, but that's all right. If you put it in the right spot enough times, you're going to get something out of it as a bowler. And as Compton and Wells and Denley and Dawkins have shown, you can get some runs as well. So good couple of days so far.
Yeah, bowlers will be pleased. Matt Milnes will be pleased on the basis that he's coming back to Kent next season, and he might get something out of the pitch.
Bailey to Denley. It's a big booming looking drive from Denley, but it's a play and a miss. Through to Hurst.
It's looking increasingly gloomy, isn't it?
I think my decision to rent an umbrella from the hotel could prove to be one of the great decisions that I make today.
That could be the best British pounds you've ever spent.
I think so. Bailey to Denley. It's left, tails back in. Taken by Hurst.
Yeah, Fred Atkins, who's on the PA doing the announcing inside the ground today, saw me briefly, and I was wearing my coat, and he said, good to see you've come appropriately dressed for the occasion. I think he perhaps hadn't brought said coat with him.
Well, I don't have a coat with me at all. I didn't bother bringing one down from Manchester.
I must admit, I brought 4 different layers today in terms of like fleecy type tops and coats / gilets.
That seems excessive.
Yeah.
Bailey to Denley off the back foot, punching to mid-on for no run.
I just had no idea what the weather was going to do today, so just brought everything with me.
Yeah, just bring the whole wardrobe.
Yeah, whereas, like you say, having packed a few days ago, you don't have that luxury.
No, just the gilet. That's all I've got with
me. Okay, it was great for days 1 and 2, where it
wasn't needed. No, it wasn't needed.
Rather pleasant, wasn't it?
The brolly though could be useful on the walk back tonight. Bailey to Denley, it's in the air, punched away through backward point. He'll jog back for 2.
Gully was interested momentarily there, wasn't he, Luke Wells?
Yeah. Flashed away to his left-hand side. The scoreboard says 3, but they only ran 2.
Yeah.
109 for 1. Denley on 67. And Singh on 0.
I just see a little bit of drizzle on the commentary box window. Umpires are looking at one another.
Yeah, it's a bit gloomy, isn't it?
And they're saying, well, it's not raining yet. Looking at the cloud thinking it might be in an over's time. The wind's got up as well, which suggests it's incoming. The storm is near. Will Williams' whites are gusting away as he's running in and bowling to Ekansh Singh. Puts him on the pad. It was going on the leg side. They come through for a leg by. This is exactly the point where you don't want to get out, when you know that there's probably going to be a rain delay imminently. But so often it seems to happen that there is a wicket just before the umpires bring the players off, and the batter who's just got out is walking off, and then everyone sort of follows them off the pitch. And that batter must look around and think, if only I could have batted for 2 more balls. It's Williams with a slip in a gully to Jayden Denley. Jayden Denley lets it go. The left-hander outside is off stump sensibly. Yeah, it's getting heavier now. That rain as well. I think it's just going to be a bit of a drizzly on-off day, potentially.
I think so. How's it looking elsewhere? Anybody not started today? Let's have a look.
Williams in and bowling. Denley turns this away into the onside.
Oh yeah.
Umpires are coming together for a conversation.
There's not much cricket about, actually.
Is there not?
This is the only Division 2 game in play.
It does tend to have its own sort of microclimate, Canterbury.
They don't look very happy, these 2 umpires, do they?
And they're taking them off.
Yeah,
it's light as much as the fact that it's starting to rain, I think, and it might be about to set in. So yeah, unfortunately we've had 26 minutes or so of play on day 3 before the drizzle that was lurking when the players were warming up prior to the resumption of play has returned. So yep, the players going to make their way off the field. Ben Dawkins, the man to go for 36. Smart bit of cricket from Lancashire to send the keeper up to the stumps, and Williams turning him round, catching a leading outside edge, well taken at slip to Kent. 110 for 1, lead by 119 runs as the rain falls a little bit harder and the ground staff are busily working to put a sort of Hessian mat on the pitch down the middle of the wicket before putting a plastic sheet over the top to try and keep it all dry. But online via the BBC Sport app and website and on the stream, we'll take a break and you'll hear from us again when hopefully it stops raining and they can get back out there. Well, in fact, you'll actually hear me doing an update in a few minutes time, but after that we'll be taking a little break until the weather improves. So for now, cheerio. Kent 110 for 1. I am at Canterbury, yes, good morning. Fortunately, there's no cricket going on at the moment. They managed 27 minutes of play where the weather was okay, but since then the drizzle has set in and the cloud has loomed large over the ground. 1 wicket lost in the day's play in that time. Ben Dawkins, one of the trio of England under-19 batters for Kent, edged to the slip after Lancashire made a canny little bowling and fielding change, put the wicketkeeper up to the stumps, leading edge from him as he tried to turn a Will Williams delivery into the leg side, and he was caught for 36. Jaden Denley still there though on 67, and the third of the trio, Ekansh Singh, has come in at number 3 as well. Ben Compton with an injury that's not concussion related and not at the top of the order for Kent. So the lead for Kent is 119 runs. So we've still got enough time in the game. It's still pretty well poised in terms of losing a little bit of play. Hopefully this might be something that they'll pass by and will be a little bit on and off throughout the day. But yeah, there is a little bit of weather around for people in the county who are looking outside the window and seeing rain. We have some too here at Canterbury at the moment, so keep an eye on our social media at BBC Kent Sport on X, on Twitter, for the latest in terms of when we might be getting up and running again with the commentary online. You go in for breakfast and they're already nursing you. It's already stopped raining. They didn't take a reading, did they? So it must have been rain.
I'm surprised that the floodlights haven't already started to warm up.
I thought they had actually pushed them up.
They might have. Maybe it's maybe.
No, I swear when they came off, the floodlights were actually up. They seem to have come back down again. Which is funny that they've done that without us noticing, because normally you can hear them squeaking. I don't think I'm Ben Dawkins' best good luck charm, to be honest. When I came to the Somerset one day cup game, we were literally like walking up as if to come into the ground, and he was walking off having got out early doors. So yeah, I think it might be me. Yeah, so nice to see him a bit on the stream. But in person, apparently not. It's not meant to be.
It looks good.
Yeah, potentially. I must admit, I think I'm surprised that we managed to retain to London. I thought he was going to go somewhere for big cash. Yeah. I think that's the deal. That's the thing with like Crawley, isn't it? That previously I think he felt like he needed to go elsewhere to improve his average. But because McCullum and Stokes are like, now we're going to pick you anyway, he's like, oh, okay, easy, I don't need to leave.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think you're right. We can sort of
yeah. Again, there were times where I was convinced he was going to go elsewhere. Barely that, is it? Like, he doesn't live in Canterbury anymore, so his missus live in South London these days.
Well, you think close to the airport, hungry to see the airport.
Yeah.
Just fly out.
Yeah, exactly.
Go out and bash through.
Go play his pro and paddle tournaments or whatever. Nice. Living the life.
So when the market out this year, maybe that was the deal. Maybe he'd stay in the Lancashire, but over the winter go to the match maybe.
Yeah.
And then go.
Yeah, no, it's good for you.
Yeah,
Yeah, make his money doing that. I wonder if he felt a sense of loyalty in the sense that Kent took a chance on him in the first place and paid his visa stuff and yeah.
really nice guy.
Yeah, he's really nice. What was the lead again? 109? Yeah. Really didn't look good. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, when I looked at home, it didn't look too bad. I was just like the odd spots of showers, and then when I got here, I looked and it was like, there's something that's really wet. I think it's not actually raining, but it's not particularly light either.
do is drink coffee.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I was like, makes sense.
Probably so.
Pretty large. So yeah, it was when they got the 100 partnership, and like there was just a general lack of balls, and I was like, what's what? I think crowd, and you look around and was like, oh okay, actually that's because nobody's. And yeah, it's one of the it does make me laugh actually, like when
Yeah, the bad news is that we haven't played since our last update, Mike, but the good news is that we might be playing in 15 minutes' time. That's what the umpires have decided. The rain has stopped. You can actually hear the little tractor going around the perimeter of the pitch, and they've got a long rope to try and get some of the moisture off the surface, and prepared for the players to come back out. When they do so, Kent will be 110 for 1, leading by 119 runs in their second innings. Ben Dawkins, the one man to go today, caught at slip for 36. Jaden Denley to resume on 67 not out. So we hope to be having online commentary for the listeners once again in around about 10 minutes or so's time. Hello, hello. Players are heading back out onto the field, which is nice. Good to see after a 45-minute rain delay, I reckon.
Yeah.
Molly Davis, welcome back.
Hello, hello. Good morning. We're still in the morning, aren't we? 15 minutes away from being the afternoon.
Absolutely. So yeah, play about to resume with Kent 110 for 1, leading by 119 runs. Jaden Denley there on 67. Ekansh Singh yet to score. There's a tiny bit of blue sky over the city of Canterbury, albeit there's still quite a lot of yucky grey cloud coming from over the hospital side of the ground, where the weather tends to join us from. But fair play to the ground staff and to the umpires for pretty much turning us around within about 15 minutes once the rain subsided.
Yeah, the ground staff here are great. I've watched them in action a couple of times this year, and they're always pretty quick to get play to resume, which is ideal.
Ground staff at cricket grounds are some of the best people. Just what they have to put up with in their working conditions. So Williams from the pavilion end bowls, and Denley clips this down towards fine leg for a boundary actually. And it was, well, when it originally came off the bat, I thought it was going in the air and was going to spoon up for a catch to somebody in front of square, but actually it's gone behind square all the way pretty fine for 4. So slightly flummoxed me actually where that ended up. I don't think Jaden Denley necessarily meant to stick it there.
No, but that does move him to 71. And that moves Kent's lead to 1-2-3.
So yeah, it was a nice start. Should get back out there after a rain delay to straight away get some runs on the board once again. He's defending this time out towards mid wicket. Jaden Denley, who's quietly turning this summer into a pretty good season for him. He had a bit of a slow start to the campaign with some niggly little injuries that kind of prevented him from getting in the team. But since getting fit, since Zach Crawley's obviously gone off to play for England and Kent have needed an opener alongside Ben Compton, he's set about his work and he's driving up the pitch for a single and a good one-day cup campaign as well, with a little cluster of half centuries in that.
Yeah, we were saying yesterday that all the Kent younger players have had a good sort of back end to the season, if that's in the one-day cup or if that's in 4-day cricket. I think Ekansh Singh as well.
It's interesting because obviously at the minute Kent are very much blooding the youngsters. Come next summer, I guess they're sort of auditioning for a spot in the team because Sam North East is coming home back to Kent and will presumably be looking to have himself a spot in the Red Ball team.
Yeah, I think there's speculation sort of over the winter. I'm sure supporters will be trying to work out what starting 11 Kent may go with.
Obviously Zach Crawley will be back at the start of the season. Tuanami A's re-signed. Someone like Jack Leaning, I'm sure, will be working hard to get a spot back, having had a difficult summer form-wise.
There's Bailey now. He's in from the Nackington Road end, and that's just pushed up by Jaden Denley.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the Kent 4-day team looks like at the start of next season, whatever amount of matches we're going to play, of course.
Yeah.
There's still, various speculation about what deals are on the table for counties and what compromises away from the current 14-game system are in place.
As that is punched lovely off the back foot from Jaden Denley. They get a couple for it. I think it's Balderson or Stanley out there that's done the work at deep cover.
Yeah, Stanley, isn't he? He's got that big strapping on his elbow.
Yeah, he bowled brilliantly on day 1. 5-for.
Of course, he had that brilliant duel with Grant Stewart at Blackpool earlier on in the summer as well, where he was banging it in and Stewart was just trying to pump him out the ground. I love those phases at county championship games.
And Bailey bowls him. off stump is out of the ground of Jaden Denley. Got around his defence, and Denley departs for a very well made 74 off 105 balls. So Kent now are 117 for 1. That's a brilliant ball, wasn't it?
I'm trying to think how Jaden Denley's missed it. It must have just nipped down the slope.
Yeah, look in the replay here. I think you might be right. I mean, yeah, potentially.
He lines it up. He plays down the line where the ball was meant to arrive, and it ends up taking the top of off stump. So, yeah, I think that has just nibbled down the slope there for Tom Bailey, and has done for Jaden Denley, who, a little bit like he did in the One Day Cup, unfortunately from a Kent point of view, has batted really well and got himself yet another half century, but not managed to go all the way to 3 figures.
Yeah, I would agree. I think as well, obviously, he's got a start there. Obviously, he hasn't probably kicked on to where he wanted to. But again, these rain delays and these sort of half overs you get, it does probably affects us how you're going to go about your business.
It's very tricky. I think that it definitely is trickier as a batting side.
Yeah.
Those sort of on-off type situations. And yeah, it's more than a start, isn't it? You know, a start is kind of 20-30, and he's kicking on and getting half centuries, and it's probably a good problem to have, in the same way that Ekant Singh seemed to have this problem earlier on in the season of getting out in the 40s.
Mm-hmm.
You know, again, feels like more than a start, but you're not quite getting a half century. Jaden Denley's getting the 50s, he's just not getting the hundreds. It's kind of the old Joe Root problem at one time. You know, the ability's there, and the temperament for the level and everything else. Just wants to find a way to be a bit more like Ben Compton and just never get out, I guess.
Wouldn't we all? That's the golden question.
Absolutely. If everyone playing cricket could aspire to anything, it'd be to be more Ben Compton.
But that is a well-made another 70 odd there for Jaden Denley. But again, Lancashire have their second, and they're going to be tails are up here trying to chip away at the Kent batting lineup.
Yeah,
so.
And it's a change lineup, of course. Joey Everson comes out to bat at number 4.
As that one is solidly defended away by Everson.
Must admit, I thought Joe Denley might come in now as the Twanda Mieye direct concussion replacement. Obviously, he doesn't have to bat in the same spot as him in the team, but yep, Denley presumably is going to come in at 5, with Everson jumping up the order from number 6. It's not necessarily an unfamiliar position to him.
No, not at all. Shorter ball there. There's Everson just ducked slightly, but it is going to be a wide.
Yeah, it was very high over his head, in fairness.
And he didn't really duck, did he? More just swerved out of the way of that one. So I think he made a point there a little bit that actually that's gone sailing over my head into Matty Hurst's gloves.
Yeah, for the whole of last season, all the Kent members were saying Joey Everson's wasted at number 7. He should be batting higher. And he kept just getting runs at number 7. And it's below. If it's working.
That is played down to 3rd, as they've just dropped their hands on that, and it will go all the way as well. He split the slip cord in there very well as Joey Everson.
But yeah, he's got a chance here to bat in the top 4.
Indeed, I'm sure he'll love the opportunity. We were saying yesterday that Joey Everson had a really good year. He's just kicked on every year so far. He's still so young. He's 24, 23, I think so.
Yeah, a similar sentiment really to Twanda Mieye. Kent have done really well to retain his services, actually. Really exciting young player, and obviously plays all formats for Kent as well, which these days is great to have.
As again he's dropped the hands on that, and it's just to a sort of a 4th gully in the end on a couple of bounces, and that is the end of the over. So Kent are 122 for 2, and they lead by 131 now.
It's kind of a weird balancing act for counties these days. You almost want to have players who are good enough to get in your blast team, but not so good that they end up going to the hundreds, so you can have them in all 3 formats.
I know,
and Joey Everson is that guy at the moment.
He is. He's a lovely guy as well, and he's enjoying his cricket, and that's the main thing. And all the Kent fans and supporters really sort of bought into him and really like him as a player and cricketer as well.
His
so
bowling's come on so much this year. I thought he was brilliant in the blast with the ball.
Yeah.
And then, of course, yesterday he opened the bowling, didn't he?
Indeed.
Has a bit of a knack of taking wickets in red ball cricket.
It's what you want, though, isn't it?
Absolutely. So Will Williams to Ekanch Singh, 122 for 2. Shout for LBW, who's trying to play leg side. We've seen umpires turn down a few LBW shouts in this game, and I'm wondering, a few of them have probably been due to height. There was that one for Compton in particular where he didn't play a shot, and Lancashire were baffled that it didn't get given out. And I think it was Scott and Matt on commentary at the time were sort of going, ooh, and it was, as Scott said, it was only height that it could have been. This one defended away out towards point. So yeah, I don't know whether that one was maybe sliding down or if it was height that the umpire was thinking of. But yeah, there has been a bit more bounce in this Canterbury pitch than is actually typical.
You were saying yesterday that there seems to be something in it for the bowlers. Notoriously, obviously, day one, Kent win the toss and bat, the sun was out. But before you know it, Lancashire made things happen, and yesterday as well, Kent very similarly.
Yeah, and then it's taking turn as well, which is great. It's what you want.
It's got everything.
Absolutely. Williams bowls, Ekanch Singh defends. I think that's exactly what Kent have been striving for really here at Canterbury over the last couple of years, when pitches have been a bit slow and they've been trying to do what they can to try and speed it up a bit. The Leicestershire game that I was here for earlier on in the season, they left a bit more grass on it to try and help in that regard. That was a little bit further down the square.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely something they want, to have a bit more pace in the wicket and something for the bowlers to be able to utilise. And yeah, it just makes for better viewing, doesn't it? Bat versus ball, as Ekanch Singh defends into the onside. And I think, and then that's obviously some of the criticism of, say, the Kookaburra rounds that we've had, that the balance is swung too much in the favour of the batters, albeit if it can bring spin into the game a bit more, and it makes bowlers work hard to try and take their wickets. But from a pure spectacle point of view, you want that nice balance, that contest between bat and ball, which we've had in this game so far, as Williams bowls a full delivery to Ekanch Singh, defends away into the onside. I think somebody was telling me the other day he came through at Orpington Cricket Club, Ekanch Singh. No, he went to Judd School, which is not too far away from my neck of the woods in Tunbridge.
Now, a lot of the young talent on show are local lads, obviously. The name Denley speaks for itself, but obviously Dawkins, obviously coming from Tunbridge Wells, where he's played cricket, as you mentioned already, so yeah.
Here comes Williams and tickled away by Ekanch Singh. Yeah, Tunbridge Wells, of course, won the Kent Premier Division for the sort of domestic league, local league, Kent League this year. Which I didn't look at the stat well enough, but I think it's the first time in ages since they won it. Got your powerhouse teams like Blackheath and Bexley and Sevenoaks Vine over the years.
Just to name a few.
The Moat back in the day. I actually played against Hartley this season.
Oh yeah.
Who at one point had, Billings, Coles, Masters, Hockley on their roster, and now they're playing in the same village league as my lot.
Bailey in then, as that's just been played off the back foot from Singh, straight to the fielder. So no run.
I remember when Bromley had Chris Harris as their overseas, and Chris Cairns was playing for Bexley.
Oh wow.
That was the heyday of the Kent League.
We were playing a game against Bath, and I've rocked up about 8 years ago now, maybe.
It's a good trek.
Yeah, it was a very big trek. And I continue this as Bailey comes into bowl again, and that's worked off the hip of Singh, out to Stanley at deep square. I get the one. Yeah, he rocked up the Bath, and it was a Kent Women's Premier League. And they were, I say Kent Southern at that point, it was named under. And he rocked up, and you had Anya Shrubsole playing for Bath, and Sophia Dunkley and Fran Wilson. Oof. And you thought to yourself, oh, it's going to be a long day.
Hang on, yeah, this could be tricky.
We did lose.
Or a very short day. Yeah,
we did lose.
Depending on if you got stuck into bat first.
We won the toss, and we said, we'll have a bat. 130 runs later, we're bowling. Bailey's back here, and that whistles past Everson's grill and goes into Matty Hurst's gloves. Good short ball there. But yeah, so I can empathise towards the days where club teams rock up and they've got some names to mention.
A couple of gun overseas or county players in the team.
Indeed, it's all fun and games, isn't it? But that's what makes cricket so fun. You just never know. Anything can happen. Bailey's back into bowl. Again, straighter, but on Joey Everson's pads, and it's just pushed into mid-wicket where Hartley is.
Yeah, of course, these days, if you rock up against St Lawrence and Highland Court, Darren Stevens might biff 100 and take Pfeiffer against you.
Yeah.
I think Jack Leaning got a ton for them as well this season, didn't he, when he wasn't playing in this team and went and played some club cricket to try and get a little bit of form and got 100. I think Ben Compton played quite a bit for 7X Fine last year. I don't know if he's played as much this year.
As we're saying that, there is...
Although Nick Compton, I think, has played for 7X Fine this year. Is there a bit more rain in the air?
Yeah. As Bailey's back in, that's driven into the offside. But straight to Bohannon at cover. So there's no run there. Everson can't get it through the gap. There is a bit of rain around currently.
Yeah, there's a little bit of something in the air.
I don't want to say it. I don't want to...
As you can hear, it's quite gusty on our effects mic. I've turned it down a little bit because of the wind. Can but hope that maybe it'll just pass over us quite quickly. Looks a little bit white of the cloud over there where the rain's coming from.
That's another short ball that Everson's had a go at, but it's gone straight through to Matty Hurst. So that does bring the end of the over. So Kent are 124 for 2, leading by 133. And I've just had some news passed down to me that memberships might be going on sale very shortly. Ooh. So if you are a Kent fan or a member that wants to renew, keep your eyes on the website and these social media channels, because you might be getting some very, very good updates coming your way soon.
There we go. We were talking about how the Kent team might look next year, of course. Some of the new faces, or old faces, some of the capped players returning. How many of these young lads will be putting their name into the hat for members to come and watch again next year?
And if you do want to come and see what's going on, then be sure to get your membership as well, and more women's games, so men and women's teams.
Defended away here by Ekansh Singh as Will Williams of Lancashire, but to be of Gloucestershire next year. And you see them bowling once again.
That's an exciting time, isn't it? Especially when you go to the end of the season, again looking ahead to the following year.
And of course, T20s aside, you can bring your dogs, which is always good. I saw somebody walking in with a sausage dog earlier. My cousin came yesterday and brought his dog. It's a real cricket badger, is my cousin's dog. He loves it. This one's turned away into the onside by Ekansh Singh. Yeah, I think we might be okay with this weather at the minute. It looks like it's gonna blow over with a little bit of drizzle in the air, and Lancashire are going to employ that tactic again with Ekansh Singh getting right forwards, Will Williams, and defending into the onside. Going to try and drag him back into his crease. Matty Hurst has gone and picked up his helmet and is going to come stand up to the bowler. It's one of those where if your ego can take it as a bowler for the keeper to come and stand up to you, it actually can be a really good ploy. As Williams is in and bowling. Singh defends into the onside once more.
I like it, but obviously as a keeper I would always like it. But in the teams that I play in, having an honest conversation with the bowlers and give you reasonings to why, and usually they're okay. I haven't had too much pushback from many people. And if you do, you just politely say, well, I'm going to stand up anyway. So it was more of courtesy rather than asking.
Yeah, as long as you still take the chances and whatnot, they can't crumble really, can they? Williams bowls, driven back towards him, and he stops in his follow through.
We've seen Harry Finch do it a few times to Joe Everson this year when he's come into bowl. And you said that he's been pretty good this year with the ball, and he's come on, and you know, a bit of that maybe keeper standing up, pressure on, pretty similar to what Matty Hurst is doing now. Oh, it's just annoying for the batters, isn't it?
It is really annoying. I really don't like it. having someone that close in proximity behind you just can take the concentration away. As Lancashire goes back and defends, you want all your focus to be forward and the ball coming at you, not what's going on with your back leg and the keeper behind you, etc.
You got someone asking where you which have you dinner last night?
Yeah,
or
asking
like
you
that.
nonsense questions, exactly.
It's the fun of the game, though, isn't it? You never know.
Yeah, indeed.
So last ball of the over.
Must be coming up towards another update. Scott's got his cans on in the commentary box next door and is about to speak to BBC Radio Lancashire as Ekant Singh defends. I can tell the BBC Radio Kent listeners that we are playing again, which is nice.
It's a maiden over from Will Williams there. It's going to be an interesting game, isn't it? Because obviously, take the weather aside from it, Lancashire have got that 2 wickets this morning, and you think Kent going to bat with one less person, and also both teams wanting a result. So, albeit take the weather away, could be an exciting day.
Yeah, unfortunately, we just can't get rid of the weather, can we? It's unfortunately going to impede on and infringe our cricketing possibilities today. But there we go. It is September after all, and to be honest, I feel like in general we've done pretty well this summer for time lost in games. It doesn't feel like weather has really wiped out too many.
I wouldn't say it's been a wet summer really at all. It's been
it's been a pretty good one, really.
It's been alright. As Bailey is going to continue, and that is again the wonderfully struck of the back foot of Joey Everson. It races to the boundary. It's a lovely punch. Timed that very well. Just a little bit too short there, Bailey. Just dragged his length back slightly. And we saw this the other day. Tom Hartley down in front of us is just going through his stretching routine. And he did this the other day, and he was on to bowl pretty shortly after.
He's got some green socks on or something, Tom Hartley, which is a little bit rogue.
Pretty snazzy. Quite like it. But again, that is a lot fuller from Bailey, and that is just defended to Bohannon.
Green is quite a random colour.
What colour would... Well, I enjoy it. Nice and bright.
It has stopped raining and we are playing, which is good news. The bad news is that Kent have lost a wicket since then. Jaden Denley out for 74. Ended up playing down the wrong line, mainly because Tom Bailey managed to get one to nip down the slope and take out his off stump. It was a good delivery from the experienced seam bowler for Lancashire. So 128 for 2, Kent leading by 137 runs in this second innings of the match. Joey Everson has just crunched one off the back foot for 4. He's come in at number 4 to join Ekant Singh. The Kent order a little bit changed from the first innings due to the concussion substitution, with Tawanda Mayeye no longer involved in the game. Joe Denley seemingly will come in next, and Ben Compton having an injury as well. But the good news is that we are playing at the moment. The skies overhead are a little bit whiter than the horrible dark grey stuff we had. So commentary continuing online via the BBC Sport app and website, with Kent 128 for 2 here against Lancashire at Canterbury.
There we go. Update done for Ben. And you haven't missed too much here either. A few nice defensive shots from Joey Everson. As Bailey's back in, and that is worked off their legs, but Tom Hartley, good bit of fielding to his left, stops any runs from going through.
Sorry, I'm just laughing because we were still hearing a burst of BBC Radio Kent in our headphones and just heard Shania Twain.
Yeah.
Let's go, girls. Da, 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 da. And then it cut out.
I did very well to sing along to that.
You did very well to continue commentating there, Molly.
Not just, say what I can hear.
Yeah, exactly. It's always the... I don't know how our colleagues who work in TV manage to talk normally, because I think they have so much going on in their headphones.
Again, that is driven hard, but again, Bailey gets a hand on that, so there'll be no run. And that concludes the over. So now Kent lead by 137.
Some bright red pads being brought out, or shin guards.
This will be for Keaton Jennings, as we saw yesterday. He was in at that short catching position. We were chatting and saying he's pretty much got the change of putting pads on and getting himself sorted. Very, very sort of nailed down to quick now. He's very quick between changes.
He is, isn't he? He's chucking his box on, he's pulled the trousers down, he's whipped the trousers back up, now he's rolling them up and putting the shin guards on. He's actually doing his shoelace, but yeah, he's an experienced man when it comes to getting in close under the lid.
Yeah.
Normally it's the gig for the most rookie member of the team, isn't it? But it's very rare that you see the captain strapping on the leg guards to go and field in close, but Keaton Jennings has kind of made it his thing in his career, hasn't he? It's extra string to his bow.
Yeah. He's as I've seen, he's quite animated as we go by, and he's definitely one for more of the theatrics in the cricketing world. So I'm sure he'll love being in that short catching position. I'm sure he'll be letting Joey Everson and Lancashire Singh know he's there.
Scott has reminded me, of course, that Keaton is not captain in this format. Marcus Harris, the Australian, is.
He's still a very, very senior player, so
yeah, absolutely.
He's been given the job, so
yeah, rare for your senior player to be. I'll amend my earlier sentence. Rare for your most senior player of the team to be in that role. So Hartley then, he's lobbed that one up. That was a horrible loosener, and so much so that I think it took Lancashire Singh by surprise, and he's actually missed it going for a big slog sweep.
At what point do you think Keaton Jennings was a bit worried there?
Yeah, that could have ended up. Well, yeah, I think if Lancashire Singh had got hold of it, it would have bypassed Keaton Jennings, thankfully. But right, Hartley to try again. That's a bit more like it. Managed to land it on the pitch that time. Singh defends into the onside. I don't mind this as a captaincy move from Marcus Harris, who was just pushed mid-on back. Lancashire Singh quite likes to sometimes attack against spin and go over mid-on. He's going to clip this one away behind square on the onside for a single. So he's got 3 off 21 balls. 8 for Everson, who now take strike.
Not a bad idea at all. See Lancashire needing wickets here, and Hartley can do that, and we've seen that as well. And if not, he'll tie up the run rate and just control the game.
Yeah, a little bit of turn there as well. This ball is 37 overs old. A few scuff marks on the wicket. That was a full delivery, which Everson has driven up towards the deep mid-on, which I think is Harris actually himself.
You can hear the wind on our mics,
still
just
gusting away, isn't it? It's not even crazy windy. Hartley a bit wide on the crease. Everson gives himself a bit of room to play off the back foot into the covers, but straight at Bohannon. So it's windy enough to blow our windows open a bit wider in the commentary box. Hartley whipped away leg side by Everson, but fielded by Harris. So end of the over, 129 for 2, 138 the Kent lead here on BBC Sport Online, on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Lancashire, and via the Kent Cricket live stream. Yeah, not too much action between now and the new year then here at the Spitfire Ground, other than this game, the Derbyshire game, and of course the fireworks.
The fireworks here at Canterbury.
I was joking with you off air about this, that I love how seriously the fireworks display gets marketed.
It's an important night of the year.
Yeah, it's very much part of the Spitfire St Lawrence Cricket Ground annual calendar.
Yeah,
may not be in the cricket season, but it is a date for the diary.
Exactly. Where else would you want to watch your firework display, eh?
Absolutely. I'm assuming that they go the full shebang with like music and everything as well.
Oh, exactly. There's lots of things to do down at Canterbury at fireworks night, which I can run you through. This ball has been hit to short mid wicket for no run there by Lancashire Singh.
Is there sweet goods?
There is. There's always lots of food outlets, like a little food village, I think, that's provided. There's music and entertainment all night from from bands and artists, and obviously display itself. I think last year there were some theme rides for the kids to go and enjoy.
Nice. It really is. It's like a fun fair of a night as well.
It is, and if you go to the Kent website now, I believe you can get your tickets. So if you want to look ahead to fireworks night and you want to make sure your plans are locked in, then get your tickets before they sell out. So Balderson is into bowl. Another good full delivery that's just been defended away.
I mean, I would rather look ahead to next season, as you said, with the memberships and it being sunny and warm again, but you know, we have to endure the winter somehow, and it sounds like a pretty good evening.
Indeed. I mean, or if you want to do both, you want to get your fireworks ticket and then get your membership.
Is there a deal for that? Double whammy.
Don't tempt them. There you go.
There's an idea for the marketing team.
Balderson then short ball, as that's watched past Akanchsin. You sort of watched it go down leg side as Matty Hurst moves to his left to take that.
Is this at the point, as the BBC representative on commentary right now, that I should say other fireworks displays are available in the county?
That is true.
I mean,
but if you're going to the Kent website to get your membership, just do it both there. That's what I think.
That's the only fireworks available on the Kent Cricket website, yeah.
On Kent only, yeah. So Balderson again, as that's again played back to Bailey at a backward point region, as you're just throwing the stumps down at the bowler's end.
I mean, I'm sure there's memberships available on the Lancashire website for next season as well right now for our listeners who are following the visiting team. I don't know if they do fireworks at Emirates Old Trafford. Scott's shaking his head. But there's probably some bands on there next summer.
Yeah, I can imagine there's some events going on at Old Trafford. But for now...
Will they have started taking the party stand down yet? Ooh.
As that's worked on the legs of Akanchsin out to deep square leg, and they're going to push for two, and they're going to come back for it as well, and it'll make it. So good running then from the Kent batters. Adds two more to the total and extend the lead.
So the T20, the England T20 is at Cardiff today. It's Old Trafford on Friday. Perfect.
There's still cricket at Old Trafford.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yes, Sam Curran playing for England for the first time since 2024.
There you go.
Today. He's back.
He's back.
Back in the fold.
And Balderson full and straight. So Akanchsin just defends that away. It's the end of the over. So Kent 131 for 2, leading by 140.
Although I was obviously listening to Scott talking about Scott talking about spots being available for the Lancashire team for finals day.
Yeah.
It is a bit daft, isn't it, that England are playing a T20 series on the same weekend as Blast finals weekend? I mean, come on. Means Banton's not going to play, Saltwood, etc. That's just, I mean, it favours Northants will be laughing. They're thinking, we've not got anyone in the England team. We've still got our best team out here, lads. They'll be, yeah.
Calendar's a fun one.
Like, Hampshire will lose Dawson as well.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a shame, isn't it?
Yeah. It's not ideal.
A bit like the weather right now, which appears to have gone drizzly again.
I was about to say I don't want to bring it up because I feel I've been the person that's been most negative about the weather today.
You're the one with the radar on the go today.
I know, but it is raining here.
Yeah, that's one defended away into the onside from Hartley to Everson.
So the radar I'm using has currently got it right so far. There's a lot of debate to which weather platforms to use.
Yeah, it's looking a bit heavier at the moment as Everson is coming forward and defending. I suspect that we may not be out there for much longer. The two umpires are going to have a word and we will be withdrawn. And presumably this will be an early lunch, which would have been 15 minutes away anyway. But unless it's going to come and go very quickly, I would have thought that will be that for the morning session, which has been interrupted already by the weather. But Kent have moved on as the rain starts to really come down hard, actually. And Joey Everson's going to have a little jog to get off the pitch a bit quicker. Akanchsin, I think, has shoved his bat up his jumper to stop the wood getting wet. And Kent
Yes,
it's really got heavy all of a sudden. So the umpires have made that call. I mean, probably 30 seconds too late. They wanted to be off the pitch before they got wet, I guess. But yeah, that's definitely. I can categorically say that's definitely going to be lunch because it's very heavy.
I think we are.
Here at Canterbury, and as you can see if you're watching the stream, the ground staff they've sprung from wherever they were, and they were watching and have moved very quickly to go and cover up the pitch. I'm going to rein in our effects mic, which is getting a little bit wet. And yes, we will take a break with, if I can see through the...
with Kent at £130 for two.
We can see the scoreboard through the rain on our windows of our commentary box. And it's at these points. I sometimes do think about how we spend the entirety of a football season outside watching sport when it's the middle of winter, and then in the summer we're in a commentary box for the cricket when it's actually really nice outside. But today is one of those days. I'm very glad we have a commentary box because it's raining. So Kent 131 for 2, as you say. Molly, the lead's 140. 8 for Everson, 5 for Singh. 2 men out. 36 for Dawkins, caught a slip off Will Williams, and then Bailey took out the off stump of Jaden Denley in that little stint of the session. So in the 2 little stints that we had, Lancashire managed to take a wicket in each. So that will probably be lunch. Do keep an eye on our social media, on the Kent Cricket X or Twitter account at BBC Kent Sport, on our own account as well. We'll keep you updated in terms of the situation and the weather, but if you're watching on the stream you'll see the little yellow info bar, which is quite useful, which says it is indeed lunch, play due to resume at 12:56 should it have stopped raining. But it looks a little bit less gloomy in the distance, but for now we'll say cheerio and enjoy whatever sandwich you've got for lunch.
Hopefully the rain goes away.
Yes, please.
There we go.
It's looking a bit wet now, unfortunately, Mike. It is raining once again, so we have seen the players depart the field for an early lunch. Kent 131 for 2, so have lost a couple of wickets and added 35 runs from their overnight score, so having resumed on 96 without loss. They have a lead now of 140 over Lancashire in their second innings. We had 2 stints of play really in the session, interrupted by a rain delay of around about 45 minutes. And in that session, each of the sessions, Lancashire took a wicket in both, and both of the openers in the end. So Jaden Denley for 74, batted very nicely, as did Ben Dawkins in both innings of this match. He was out for 36, caught at slip of Will Williams. Bailey getting Denley out. So Kent do still have the advantage in this game, but with weather set to perhaps disrupt things as the day goes on, it remains to be seen if they can push that score up enough to be able to potentially win this game going into day 4 tomorrow. But at the moment, the play is due to resume at 4 minutes to 1. That feels unlikely with the weather and the rain coming down and the amount of covers that are being put out on the field at the moment. So keep in touch with our social media at BBC Kent Sport on Twitter, or X as it's now called, and we'll keep the updates coming there about when we might get a resumption of play and a resumption of the commentary online. Yeah, it's been a bit on and off today so far in terms of the weather. Currently it has stopped raining. The ground staff though are busy trying to mop up what water is still on the pitch covers that led to an early lunch when Kent came from the field 131 for 2 and leading Lancashire by 140 runs. Ben Dawkins out for 36. The other opener, Jaden Denley, out for 74 in the two little stints of the session that we had earlier on in between a rain delay. So at the moment we're hoping for a pitch inspection in 10 minutes time to see when resumption of play might be possible, but there is more possible rain on the horizon this afternoon, so it remains to be seen whether or not we will get some play this afternoon here at Canterbury. Keep in touch with updates via our social media at BBC Kent Sport. We'll keep you updated with the latest. In the meantime, hoping to bring you some online commentary if possible after that inspection in 10 minutes time. Playing at Beckenham at the minute.
Right.
Sorry, women are playing Essex there.
How far away is Beckenham?
Probably about half an hour, 40 minutes. Yeah, probably a bit further than that actually.
Truck?
Not sure this was on the radar, was it?
Not till later.
where the seagulls. As soon as it stops flipping rain.
There's no point doing it at 2 o'clock because we've got nothing to say.
Yeah, it's been a rather wet day, unfortunately. We did get some play before lunch, but haven't been back on since the players went from the field at around about 12:15, with Kent losing both of their openers in their second innings. Ben Dawkins for 36 and Jaden Denley for 74. Ekansh Singh, Joey Everson not out, with Kent 131 for 2, leading Lancashire by 140 runs here at Canterbury. The only play going on at the moment seems to be in South London, where Surrey are 227 for 2 and lead Warwickshire in their second innings by 225 runs. 78 there for Ollie Pope, 64 for Dom Sibley before he retired, and then Rory Burns making 54 folks, and Dan Lawrence at the crease at the moment. And Surrey's women are actually playing as well against Essex in their one-day cup game at Beckenham. 254 for 3 there, but no play at the moment at Hove, where Sussex 37 for 1 in their second innings, trailing Hampshire by 240 runs. So commentary at the moment of just the Surrey game for the time being online via the BBC Sport app and website. Hello, it's Ben. You alright? No worries, yeah. Yes, we're about to actually play. Need to look up other schools. Sussex are done for the day, apparently. Oh, Surrey are delayed now. ADL got 100 for that Beckenham. Oh, they're delayed as well.
The rain's coming down.
Yeah. See, we're going to start and then it's going to just stop. Waited while it's sunny for half an hour and then it's going to capoodle down. Yeah, well, it's actually sunny here at the moment, Adam, and we're waiting another 10 minutes to play, which is where cricket doesn't exactly help itself. Kent haven't been out there since 12:15. They were 131 for 2, and they will be resuming as such very shortly. The 2 men out today, the 2 England under-19 openers, Jaden Denley for 74 and Ben Dawkins for 36. So Kent have a lead of 140 runs over Lancashire, and we hope to be bringing you some commentary in around about 10 minutes time if that big ugly cloud on the horizon doesn't decide to dump its load over the pitch here at Canterbury. Elsewhere then, Sussex's game is done for the day against Hampshire at Hove, with Sussex 240 runs behind, 9 second innings wickets remaining there, 37 for 1 there, and then a delay at the moment at the Oval where Surrey lead by 274 runs, pretty much parity in the first innings against Warwickshire, 2-7-6-4-2 in their second innings. You might have heard the bell here at Canterbury, and hopefully we'll be back up and running with commentary online very shortly, although there is some rain forecast to hit us around 3-4ish here, so it could be a short stint, but we'll be online, so join us then.
Are you an essential worker or are you an important worker? How many overs do you think you're going to play before it starts? 2 Sounds like my two.
Like your girlfriend going forwards. Stitch me up, Richard, Ray. Are you on the baby? And that actually made me cry.
I think I said Matt Parkinson was mid-30s.
That was it.
He's only 28.
Well, welcome back to Canterbury. Look at this. Cricket is breaking, has broken out. With Tom Hartley bowling to Joey Everson. And the ball defended away into the offside. What a lovely scene this is to finally have some cricket to talk about as this one's pushed away into the covers. I was just being reminded of my misappropriation of Matt Parkinson's age a few weeks ago during the Leicestershire game, where I slightly overvalued it. The former Lancashire spinner, now of Kent, of course, as Everson goes back to Tom Hartley, defended away into the offside. It's been a slightly peculiar 20 minutes here at Canterbury because it's been bright sunshine since the umpires went out and inspected at 1:45, and for some reason it was decided that we needed to wait 20 minutes to actually play. By now, of course, the grey clouds are starting to descend and we're wondering when the terminal showers are going to arrive for the day. So that's a cheery outlook for the prospects of play. Tea is officially meant to be at 4 o'clock, and we're looking at the forecast, anticipating that there may not be any play after tea. But hey, let's see how much we can get in the meantime. With that over completed from Hartley, with Kent leading by 140 runs, 131 for 2, with Ekansh Singh there on 5 and Joey Everson there on 8. Scott Reed from BBC Radio Lancashire, alongside me, Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent.
There's Balderson's in, player to Singh. That's sliding on past the edge of the bat as he leans into it. Through to Hurst. Yeah, it's been... it's rained quite heavy at times, hasn't it, actually?
Yeah, it has actually.
It's been a bit drizzly, but there's been some pretty heavy showers as well.
Yeah, so we had some rain that obviously took them off prior to lunch. Then they were potentially meant to start just before 1 o'clock. Although it had stopped raining at that point, it was still pretty wet from the downpour.
Balderson to Singh. That's clipped away to mid-wicket for no run.
At one point the ground staff started to take some covers off, then put them back on again. Then it monsooned down for about 10 minutes. And then, yeah, we had sunshine for the last half an hour. It's been a little bit all seasons in a day.
Yes. Well, it's good you've become well equipped with your extensive wardrobe today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wise decision. Balderson over the wicket, and Singh defends, taps it away into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, I have actually used all my layers, apart from my gilet, which I left in the car, but all the others have been used today so far. My coat and my fleece and my mid layer.
Good. Excellent planning from you. 131 for 2. 1 slip. 2 catching mid wickets. 2 on the leg side boundary. As Singh plays forward to defend to George Balderson. Ricochets up to Will Williams, who's at mid on, and there's no addition to the score. Yeah, tea at 4, isn't it? So we've got a 50. Well, in theory, a 50-minute session.
Assuming that this big ugly cloud skirts around us, which at the minute it might do.
40 overs in the day left. And defended by Singh.
Yeah, around about an hour ago, I was watching the live stream from Beckenham. Surrey's women playing against Essex in the One Day Cup. Alice Davison-Richards got 100. Former Kent player, of course, and it felt like only South London was where cricket was happening. Surrey's men were playing at the Oval at the time.
And comes Bolton again. That's a little nibble at that, does Singh.
But yeah, they're done for the day now at Sussex down at Hove.
Okay.
Just a little quick flick through, delayed at Chelmsford, tea at Taunton. Delay at the Oval, stumps at Hove.
Oh, goodness.
Delay at Worcester. In play here, woohoo. Tea at Grace Road, delay at Lords. Oh, they're playing in Northampton. And then, at Sale, Lancashire women 20 for 1, chasing 284 to win, delayed there.
Right.
Delay at Beckenham, so it's not been a great day weather-wise. Hampshire women against Somerset women abandoned without a ball bowled in Southampton, so there we go.
Southeast a bit, definitely. It's a bit Sorry, the southwest appears to be quite badly hit, doesn't it? Up that kind of western side of England.
Slowly working its way towards us, I think, from west to east. As Bailey is in and bowling, left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on that game at Sale. So they're off for rain. Lancashire Thunder batting second. I think that they won the toss and put Warwickshire in, probably with the... Yeah, they did. Probably with the idea of that it might rain, so therefore you kind of got an idea where you need to be on the old DLS.
Good shout.
Had a good season in the One Day Cup.
Bailey bowls, defended away up the pitch. Yeah, it's good bowling attack in particular, with having Kate Cross at your disposal.
Handy that, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, they got Mika Gore as well.
She's super at their left arm, isn't she? Yeah.
Cross.
Emma Lamb's had a good season.
Yes, she's been outstanding. Yeah,
got back in the England team off the back of those One Day Cup performances.
They have qualified for the semi-finals of Thunder.
Bailey bowls, defended away by Joey Everson.
So I think this is just kind of jostling for position, because if you finish, I think it's first against fourth and second against third in the semi-final. So as it stands, Lancashire would take on the Blaze in a semi-final tie. There's obviously another round of fixtures to go, the final round of fixtures to go. So they have qualified for the semi-finals. It's whether it's just who they play and where for Lancashire.
Couple of slips. The point field has just wandered off to the boundary, and that's been edged past. Second slip down towards vacant third man for 4. That outfield looked a lot slower than it did this morning. In fact, it might have been a no ball signalled as well there by the umpire. Yeah, no ball for the front foot overstep, and then 4 off the outside edge. So Everson to 12. Kent actually takes 6 runs from that delivery. Moved to 137 for 2. Lead of 146. Would it be fair to say that both sides not necessarily rushing to get back out to the middle to seemingly get back out and play this game? Nothing on it in terms of, these two teams are going nowhere in the county championship this season, or for next season at least, as Bailey bowls down the leg side through to Matty Hurst. Lancashire have a significantly more important fixture, or hopefully 2, coming up on Saturday. Although, as we were discussing off air, that semi-final, dare I say it, that's almost final worthy, isn't it? Against Somerset, they're a very strong T20 outfit. Northamptonshire in the other game, of course, as it's defended away once again by Joey Everson up towards mid-off. Of course, 1 still remaining in the over because of the no ball. So yeah, a bit of a frustrating day here at Canterbury, having not played since before lunch, since around about 12:15, and even the morning session was interrupted by a good 40 minutes of rain, or delay at least. It's Bailey bowls, and it's off the inside edge of Everson's bat into the leg side out towards deep square leg for a single. End of the over. 138 for 2.
Yes, it's not quite the sense of jeopardy that you come to expect when you get into September on county championship games. I mean, technically, mathematically, Lancashire could still finish in the top 2. However, unlikely it is. But there's plenty at stake for kind of individuals, I guess, isn't there? I mean, you asked Jaden Denley and Ben Dawkins, and they've absolutely loved it last night and the way they batted again this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's not like Lancashire haven't picked pretty much their strongest team for this week.
Absolutely, yeah.
So they've stuck with their guns in that sense, and they've continued to pick young lads who did well in the One Day Cup. Balderson
to Everson, that's left. Taken by Hurst. Yeah, I wonder whether they might have a little look at 1 or 2 other lads that played in their One Day Cup. So in the squad they named Harry Singh, who has played a first class cricket, but only a game or 2. and Avrav Shetty, who played really nicely in the one-day competition.
Yeah, I noticed he'd done well in some of the scorecards.
So both are in the squad for this game. So you wonder whether they might have had a look at them in 4-day cricket. Getting through to Hurst. No addition to the score. Anderson was named, but he obviously they've got Saturday in mind with Anderson just to hold him back. No Jack Blatherwick, no Tom Aspinwall, who played in the quarter-final. There will be other bowling options for Lancashire, but again, they need bodies on Saturday without quite a lot of players. Balderson to Everson just dropped into the onside. There's no realm.
Yeah, it's quite something really. How far away they're going to be from full strength, really, when you consider that Somerset are just going to be missing Banton. But not only are they missing England players, they're missing overseas and not.
Yeah, it's probably 6 players. 6 of their. Well, maybe take Butler out of it because Butler doesn't play that often, does it? So if you take him away from it, then it would be 5. It's a lovely shot by Joey Everson. He's driven it firmly through, straight mid-on. Nice shot for 4. From 42 for 2. But yeah, both are overseas side players this year. Ashton Turner and Chris Green are unavailable unless Green is jumping on a plane from the Caribbean and
doing his best Adam Zampa.
Yeah, exactly. At least it'd be 4 overs and not like 20 balls.
And 9 hours instead of 21 or something.
Yeah. Balderson to Everson, that's steered away down towards third man. And come back for 2. So Green and Turner played all through the group campaign for Lancashire and both were terrific. But neither available. And then Salt, Mahmood and Wood and Butler with England. But I suppose we knew that before the season started, didn't we? The fixtures were all there. We knew that these players wouldn't be around, England players wouldn't be available for finals day. Balderson to Everson again, just nudged away to the leg side. Into the over 6 coming off it, 144 for 2.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to one of the members while we were waiting and saying about T20 next season, at least with the change in format, means that it's going to be done and dusted before the 100, doesn't it? In terms of knockout stages and finals day are going to be in July, which feels much better in the sense that the same squad which has got you through will hopefully all still be available for finals day, and we can actually have a proper best against best type situation. Obviously we're reverting to 3 groups rather than 2 as well. I think Kent are probably in one of the stronger groups in the South group, and then that kind of Midlandsy West group perhaps the weakest. As Bailey is in and bowling to Akansh Singh. Defended away into the onside. And then of course there's going to be, you play every team twice, but you will have 2 games against a couple of teams outside of your actual group, which is going to be a bit of a wild card, of course.
Presumably they'd just be kind of randomly drawn then.
I would have thought so, yeah. So could end up anywhere in theory. So you 1 extra away game. So we could even have a Kent Lancashire game outside of a quarter-final, which would be nice.
That would be a change, though, wouldn't it? Yeah.
I feel like the only time these 2 teams ever play each other in T20s is in a bid to make finals day. As Bailey is in and bowling. Well, that's a bit of width, and Akansh Singh lashes that straight to short cover off the back foot. Yeah, there was a part of me when I saw that Kent had come 4th and had qualified for the quarterfinals, and then saw what that meant and just thought, why did we bother? Why? How have they managed to get Lancashire in another quarterfinal? It's Bailey Bowles. This one's out towards deep point for a single. Is it maybe two? Must be maybe even three quarterfinals.
I think it's three.
Last.
I think that was the third, and the previous two have been here in the last year.
Yeah.
Certainly since Lancashire won it, which was a decade ago.
Because there was the one here that came down to the last ball when it was hit back and it deflected off the stumps, and they ran the two and edged home as Everson drives up towards mid-off. And then I feel like a slightly more one-sided one, although Denley did get Butler out with the very first ball, stumped by Billings, if my memory serves me correctly.
Is it when Parky got loads of wickets for Lancashire?
Quite possibly, yeah. So yeah, cannot be hoping to get anyone else other than Lancashire.
Just make a change,
next
isn't it?
season, yeah. This one's defended back up the pitch.
Does make a big difference, doesn't it? I mean, being trying to get that home quarter final. Does, I mean, I think Lancashire obviously they've won a couple here, haven't they? But in the main, teams are so strong, aren't they, at home, especially kind of one-off knockout game.
Yeah.
Saying that, I never really give the Birmingham Bears much of a shout at Somerset, and they should have beaten Somerset.
Yeah, absolutely. But for that Dixon knock. That's Bailey Bowles. And gets half a hand to this as it's driven back at him. They've got a rotten quarter-final record, haven't they, Warwickshire? I think it's like the last 4 or 5 quarter-finals they've lost or something. And I guess they get there most years, but then yeah.
18. Lancashire had 18 quarter-finals. I was reading before the T20 last Saturday.
Crikey.
So was it been 23 years of T20 cricket, something like that?
Yeah, since 2003, is it?
Right.
Yeah.
And they've had 18 quarter-final ties.
Yeah, it feels like Hampshire must be up there as well in terms of quarter-final ties. As our dear colleague Kevin James would always moan that he's having to go to another finals day. Cool.
Yeah, they've been more than anybody, haven't they, Hampshire? They've been 11 times to finals day.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Lancashire have been 10, or this will be the 10th. I see Mitchell Stanley.
Speaking of finals day auditionees.
Yes. Spoke to him on the first day and asked him about it, and he's like, well, I don't know. If I'm involved, great. I'm thinking, mate, I think you will be.
You haven't got anyone else. There's nobody else here, Mitch. You're going to have to play. Certainly be involved in the squad.
Yeah. A couple of slips in place. And balls to sink. Just dropped away into the offside for one run. I mean, probably obviously he'll know himself. He's got a very, very good chance of playing. So,
because previously he kind of made his breakthrough in white ball cricket. More so, he's obviously only played a couple of first class games.
Yeah. Well, he's not played much cricket. I mean, I was looking at his career. I think he can't play more than 30 games. Full stop.
Yeah.
In any format. Into Everson, just nips back in, deflects through to Hurst. He's played 17 T20 matches, 4 List A games, and this is his second first class match. He's 24.
Yeah, so it was really in the blast that he kind of started playing county level cricket with Worcestershire, wasn't it? And then got his move.
He's had a rotten time with injuries, a couple of years with injuries, which he's kind of battled through. 146 for 2. Stanley bowls, steered away down to third man by Everson. And he'll turn and come back for 2 actually. He's down there. Looks like the legs of Tom Bailey. Can't quite see his upper body.
It is, yeah.
Right.
I can see around the corner of the Frank Willie stand, unlike where you sat. Yeah, I must admit, I do feel for professional sportsmen that really struggle with injuries, just how mentally frustrating it must be. Just, this is not only your job, but it's also your hobby and the thing you love, and you're prevented from doing it because of injury. It must be so frustrating.
Well, I hope he's through it all. Into Everson. Slides on past the edge of the bat, tucks it inside the line.
He strikes me as pretty wholehearted. He's not exactly holding back in this game with a view to staying fit for the weekend.
He's also said I spoke to him the other day that he desperately wants to make a career as a red ball bowler as well. He doesn't want to be just pigeonholed as a T20 bowler.
Feels like there's a role there as a bit of an enforcer, bending his back and taking wickets, even if he goes for a few.
Cut away by Everson. Just for one. Well, I was saying to Matt the other day, so Bumble was with us the other week on commentary. He said he was out in the middle at Old Trafford watching him bowl, and he's absolutely rapid.
Yeah.
So if you can get him fully fit and firing, and they've signed Singh Dale as well next season from Gloucestershire, who's pretty lively.
Yeah, rapid. Yeah, if you can get those two in a position where you kind of even just rotating between the two strike bowlers.
Final ball of Stanley's first over of the day. Dropped into the offside for one by Singh. And keeps the strike as well. Brings up the 150 for Kent in their second innings. So a lead of 159 runs. Half an hour left of this shortened afternoon session. Bizarrely, really, 3:10 start. And 50 minutes of play, we probably could have easily started at 3. But anyway, and had an hour. But
started at 3 and scrubbed off tea. Everyone's been sat around enough.
Scrub off tea? What on earth are you talking about? How dare you say such a thing?
It's very much coming from a person that doesn't get teas in the middle of our club games anymore. Or at least we do get the break, but you have to bring your own packed lunch these days. Which I tend to be doing something pretty immediately afterwards, so I don't really find I get time to be, or not really got the appetite to be. Used to be the best part of the day. Here comes Balderson, he's going to switch ends. Bowl from the pavilion end. Off the inside edge of Lancashire Singh's bat, the ball travels out towards deep square leg for a single. Bring Everson back on strike. He's on 22 now, 9 off 39 for a watchful Singh. Slightly cloudier, still a bit of blue sky overhead here at Canterbury. Balderson bowls. Oh, that one goes past the outside edge. A bit of a way swing. Possibly a bit of movement down the slope.
Not much cricket about, is there?
No, it appears to be pretty much raining elsewhere.
It does.
As Balderson bowls again. Let go outside the off stump. And the pitch this week is quite unusual in the sense that the sort of strip itself it looks like slightly dry. I don't know if it's because of that cover that they were putting down on it earlier on. As Balderson bowls, a little bit of a leading edge out towards cover. They had this sort of Hessian carpet that they kind of rolled out and put along the middle of the pitch before the plastic sheet went over the rest of it, and that middle patch of the wicket almost looks a different shade, doesn't it? A different colour.
Yeah.
Because it's that little bit drier, perhaps. So Balderson, a little bit of an angled run, and then an outside edge, but perhaps deliberately played by Everson down towards third man, and they may even have to run the third here. That's good chase in the end. from one of the Lancashire fielders, who I think made his way all the way from slip in the end.
Yes, Michael Jones.
Yeah, I think, having seen the replay, I think we'll say that was deliberate from Everson. Soft hands. Certainly. So he moves to 25. And the lead up to 163, 1-5. 4 for 2.
Bit of a promotion this for Everson, isn't it? Would he have been expected to bat at Denley to come in at 4?
I was expecting Denley to come in at 4, to be honest, yeah. But
it doesn't have to be 4 because Miea batted at 4.
No, indeed. Here comes Balderson, in and bowling. Ekansh Singh defends. I believe listeners from 5 Live Sports Extra are with us. Kevin Howes says that's by public demand. I would suggest that, as you suggested yourself, Scott Reed, a moment ago, it's probably due to a lack of cricket elsewhere, but thanks for joining us, everyone.
It's, I'm afraid, no other option type thing, isn't it? It's either here or, listen to Kevin talk. Nobody really wants that.
But yeah, Kent are 154 for 2 in their second innings, leading by 163. 2 men out today. The 2 openers, the England under-19 duo, who did in the end put on 100 for the first wicket. They were 96 without loss overnight, Kent. Dawkins the first to go for 36 before Denley was out for 74.
Stanley to Everson. Upon his toes to steer the ball away through backward point for a single.
Yeah, they made 107 for the opening wicket, and then Hurst came up to the stumps, drew Dawkins back into his crease. Will Williams managed to get a delivery that turned him around. Maybe a little bit of movement down the slope or in the air, and he had a leading edge to Jennings at slip, and then Bailey got one to go down the slope. Jaden Denley played down the wrong line and took out the off stump. But yes, a rejigged Kent batting order in this second innings.
Stanley just sitting off the back foot, jabs the ball away. The inner half of the bat is bouncing out towards the leg side for no run.
Yeah, Compton opened obviously in the first innings, got 77, but although people will have seen that collision that he had with Tawanda Mieye, and Mieye has been subbed out of the game due to concussion with Joe Denley coming in. Compton is not on the field due to a different injury, although he is here on the ground. Did see him earlier on in his tracksuit. So that's meant that Dawkins has gone up to open, Singh's moved up to number 3, Everson's gone up to number 4.
Stanley in to Singh, he gets in behind it and defends, no run.
So the 3 England under-19s, all 1, 2 and 3 in the order. Then you got the all-rounder Joey Everson and Joe Denley and Harry Finch will presumably be the next couple to come in if Compton isn't going to bat today. So certainly an opportunity for some of the younger players in the team before Uncle Joe gets a go.
155 for 2. Stanley to Singh, gets up on to Singh. That ran up into his rib cage. He defends it, drops it into the onside.
Yeah, just rushed him a little bit, that one, didn't it? Yeah, it was pretty much parity, of course, after first innings. 2-9-3, played 2-8-4. Stanley with a 5-wicket haul first time around. 3 for Tom Hartley with his spin, and then from the Lancashire innings, 4 wickets for Matt Parkinson against his old team, 4 wickets for Matt Quinn. Back fit and opening the bowling for Kent, former Essex man.
He bowled very well. Yeah, he was excellent yesterday. They've got a short leg in place, perhaps as a direct result of that previous delivery. Stanley to Singh, there it is, short again, but able to drop it away into the offside. The one before came back in towards Singh, ran into his rib cage. That one he gets on top of and plays it out towards the offside for no run. 155 for 2, so 1 ball left of the over. Lead of 164 for Kent. Jennings under the helmet at forward short leg. There's a short mid-wicket, mid-on. There's a deep square leg, fine leg, 1 slip. Third man. Cover mid-off. Here's Mitchell Stanley. And balls to Singh. There's that short ball again in towards the ribs, and he plays it nicely. Drops it down into the ground. well beyond the reach of Jennings. End of the over. 5 for 2, so lead of 164. I'll disappear and let Molly come in.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, we had a rain interrupted first session here, probably. Well, the first one was first little stint was about 27 minutes long, then we were off for about 45 minutes. Played until 12:15 before we had an early lunch. Some quite heavy downpours in the afternoon before getting back out there at 3:10. Probably could have started at 3 o'clock. A bit of a delay while the sun was shining and members were looking around saying, "Get on with it." There's Balderson bowls, and it's nudged away into the onside by Joey Everson. Kent women's wicketkeeper Molly Davis, our third voice here this week.
Hello, hello. The rain has stopped.
It's just nice to be watching a bit of cricket at the moment, isn't it?
I was about to say, it's nice to actually kick back and watch it rather than watch the rain fall and the covers being dragged on.
Or watch your rain radar, seeing when the next shower's coming in. As that's a big shout for LBW, or at least it was. And then they were looking to see if it might be caught in the gully, and then in the end, neither method.
A few jumpers on out there today, isn't there? You can just see hands in pockets, maybe some hand warmers, because the wind as well is making it fairly cold.
Yeah, you can hear it on our effects mic that it's just gusting away a little bit. Feels like autumn is around the corner.
Yeah.
Was yesterday the last day of summer? The last time we're going to see the sunshine?
Hope not.
Here comes Balderson from the pavilion end. Joey Everson forward and playing defensively into the covers. I was saying with Scott Reed a moment ago that Lancashire have gone with a pretty full strength team this week, considering that probably, well, more than likely they're not going to get promoted in the County Championship Division 2. Kent are obviously bottom, so are seeing the opportunity to blood some young players, giving those young players that did well in the One Day Cup further opportunities.
Yeah, indeed, we were saying this yesterday as well. It's good to see the young players get an opportunity.
Balderson bowls and has edged this one from Everson through to the wicketkeeper. So Lancashire with a third scalp of the day. And that's a regulation chance taken behind the stumps by Matty Hurst. And just a little bit of nibble from Balderson. Yeah, looked like a little bit of nip off the pitch, down the slope, catching the outside edge of Everson's bat. So he goes for 26. Kent's lead is 164, but they find themselves 155 for 3.
So you would think now Joe Denley should be heading out to have a bat. I'd be shocked if I didn't see him. So he's waiting for the player to emerge from just down to our left when they walk up the pavilion.
Here he is.
And he is. He's coming out to have a bat. Maybe not what he was thinking at the beginning of the week he'd be doing on Wednesday, but here he is.
I don't think he was even in the squad, was he, originally named for this game?
I don't think so. So you never know, he might have had plans. He's had to cancel his plans to come back for Kent. So he joins Akash Singh out into the middle.
Yeah, the 39-year-old stepping out to the middle, having been involved in Saturday's defeat in the T20 Blast quarter-final between these very two teams at Old Trafford. He's had a pretty good summer in the Blast, in particular, Denley. But then injuries have stopped him playing a further part around that, really.
Yeah, it's the dreaded injury tale, isn't it? Of just some players they find once they pick up one, it's sort of a domino effect. Before you know it, you got 2 and 3 injuries in the season.
Especially when you're almost 40 years old, I guess you're bound to pick up more injuries. Due to be tea at 4 o'clock here, which was also when we were potentially going to get a big downpour again. So yeah, we got another 20 minutes of action, hopefully. At the moment, the ugliest cloud is skirting around the ground, it seems. So Denley has a little chance here to get stuck in, having come in as Twanda Maye's concussion substitute, and he's all forward here. There's a big shout from Balderson for LBW. Might have been doing too much, to be honest.
That's not the ball you want, is it, when you first come out to a bat?
That was a brute of a delivery from Balderson.
Pitched up, moving in.
Yeah.
Welcome to the game, Joe Denley.
Just seeing the replay now. I was slightly surprised that he didn't get a little bit more support from behind the stumps for the RBW there, to be honest. It was full, it was doing a little bit. Here he comes again. Denley manages to get in behind this one and play defensively. I think Balderson looked keen for the RBW.
I don't blame him. Is that a wicket maiden?
It is indeed. Yeah, so 1 for 27 from his 11 overs with 4 maidens now. He's a high-class cricketer, George Balderson, at county level with bat and ball in hand.
He's a handy player to have in your team for sure. So that's the end of his over there. So Ekant Singh is on 9. And as Joe Denley has obviously just met him at the crease. Kent's lead is 164. And it will be a tall, fast bowler of Stanley that will be trundling in from the Nackington Road end. But you're right, it seems ironic, doesn't it? Obviously teas in about 15 minutes and you feel the players have sat down most of the day and they're going to go back and sit down again. And yeah, you are right, it's probably the more frustrating side of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, cricket is just a bit daft sometimes, isn't it? We had bright sunshine when the umpires went out to inspect at 2:45 and play didn't resume until 10 past.
And we're back in again at 4
Yeah,
for some more tea. Bit of tea, sandwich maybe. Food's was pretty good here.
I don't need any tea, they've only been playing for half an hour.
Stanley's in anyway. Again, worked off the legs, quick single here.
Oof.
And he's safe at the end, but a direct hit from Balderson running in from mid-wicket might have... It's in the back of Joe Denley.
20-year age gap between the two players at the crease, running that quick single.
Yeah, I don't think Joe Denley was looking for it, but Ekant Singh just set off. But in the end, all okay.
I mean, it's worth saying Joe Denley is incredibly fit for, 39-year-old professional sportsman.
Maybe the idea of then just, coming off back of a couple of injuries, having to sprint that one for your life. But anyway, he's still at the crease, so he takes guard to face his first ball from Stanley as he starts his longish run. In, short ball in the end. Then he ducks out the way of it and goes into Matty Hurst's gloves.
You don't need to tell the people of Kent about players still having value beyond their 40s.
Absolutely not. Yeah,
was he 46 when Darren Stevens eventually stopped, I think?
Well, it's a name that Kent fans, most fans of cricket, really enjoy, especially county fans.
And then, of course, Ravi Bopara doing the business for Northants against Surrey in that blast quarter-final the other day.
So what I'm hearing is technically Joe Denley's in his prime.
Why, yes, that's a great answer.
There's an inside edge there from Denley, runs the ball down to fine leg. And it will be Williams.
Certainly felt like prime Denley with the way he performed in the T20 Blast at times this season. He had a cracking strike rate. Last year he really struggled to get going in the Blast. He had some okay scores, but the strike rate was nowhere near. I think he was only scoring at like 125 last year, and this year it's been near a 175. So
maybe it's just the pretense of being a Kent cricketer, especially in the men's team. You hit your 40s and there you go. You're off again in your prime. Best cricketing years of your life.
Put that scoop shot that he tried to play last year in, put that back in the bag.
Yeah.
Just stand and deliver.
And defensive shot there by Denley.
Also, another ex-Kent player, Sean Dixon, stealing a few headlines in those Blast quarter-finals. I was saying to one of the members earlier on that I was chatting to that during his time here he was a kind of stout opener who would back you time, and I remember him getting a 100 at Beckenham against Northamptonshire a few years ago, and obviously left Kent, went up to Durham. Actually did start batting in the middle order in T20 cricket a little bit before he left Kent, and then that's obviously the role that he's now synonymous with down at Somerset, and he's obviously moving on to Glamorgan on a 2-year deal. That was announced yesterday.
was again a back of a length ball, squares Denley up, but he manages to sort of squirt that to Bahanan at cover. He's done well not to send that to Luke Wowles at sort of third, fourth slip there. It got up on him, didn't it? Dropped his hands quite nicely.
Because was it in this pre-season that Denley broke his arm?
Yes, it was. You're testing my knowledge now. The cricket season could be quite long sometimes,
I mean,
Ben.
I get my seasons mixed up, to be honest. And then he obviously had the calf injury that kept him out of for a bunch of the one-day cup games that he picked up in the Glamorgan 4-day game down at Cardiff.
Yeah, I remember watching that on the stream, probably like many other Kent supporters. So that was a tough day for Joe Denley, but good to see him out last Saturday at Old Trafford in the quarter-final, albeit not the result Kent wanted. Nice to see him play then, and obviously today batting again in Kent whites rather than the Kent Blast kit. So Stanley makes his way in. And that beats Denley quite convincingly as well. Maybe doing a little bit there. Hurst takes it. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, good pace, back of length. Bit of nip down the slope maybe, just cut him in half really, that delivery. Yeah, Scott Reed saying that Stanley's got a big chance of being involved at finals day on Saturday with no Luke Wood available, no Saqib Mahmood. Those two along with Josh Butler and the England squad, along with Phil Salt as well, of course, and then Chris Green's at the CPL in the Caribbean, and Ashton Turner going back to Australia. Though I'm not quite sure how they've he obviously played the quarter-final, but then he's not available for the final next weekend. Is a bit of a shame, as this one's an outside edge from Ekant Singh. It doesn't carry to first slip. So yeah, unfortunately Lancashire are going to be missing a fair few of their kind of best team in the T20. Obviously Somerset will be missing Tom Banton. Thank goodness that next year it's going to be done and dusted before the 100, and teams will be able to field their best 11s almost prior to August, and when the competition wraps up in July, as Ekant Singh plays out towards backward point, one of a trio of England under-19s in this Kent team.
It'd be interesting to see how that new sort of calendar schedule works, to be honest.
Yeah, with the 3 groups.
Yeah, I think to have it done before the 100 starts, I think players will like it because it draws one competition to a close before the new one starts.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, doesn't it? This one's defended away into the covers. It can feel a bit strange when you have the group stage so separated from the latter stages of the competition.
Yeah, because by that point you think your group stage ends, you get a quarter-final place. And I remember when Kent qualified, it was very strange to be hearing them say, well, in September, you think you have a whole 100 before that, then you have the Metrobank stuff as well. So
turned away by Ekant Singh out towards mid-wicket, and you end up having different squads because players are injured. Players are gone back to, in Kent's example, Wes Agar and Tom Rogers going back to Australia, so they didn't have any overseas players for the quarter-final at the weekend.
Good point, and you might find as well that a few counties pick up some different overseas players, maybe some extras because they're coming over for the 100, so there's that element that's thrown in as well.
Balderson bowls, Ekant Singh punches off the back foot out towards extra cover. Very watchful innings this. He's faced 51 deliveries for his 10 runs, but showing good patience, the young man.
Yes, especially when that 100 draft is done and counties have an idea of which players are going to be obviously in the UK. You might be able to attract them over to your county a few weeks earlier, knowing they're already going to be here.
Yeah, a little warm up to the 100 in the blast and play some T20 ahead of what looks like it's going to stay as 100 ball format, judging from some of the noises from the ECB top brass the other day in an interview. So this one's played up the wicket, dot ball to end another maiden over for George Balderson. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 27.
Yeah, so I think by and large I don't mind the restructure. It'd be quite interesting next year to see what counties do. Obviously most counties sort of stick with the sort of the old faithful overseas that they have regularly, which is not a bad thing.
Well, I think that's quite nice actually. It's a bit of a throwback to the kind of 90s, 90s, isn't it, when overseas players used to do, 90s, 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 season after season with the same county.
Yeah.
All formats. Obviously, that doesn't really happen much these days due to availability.
Stanley then shorter, pulled away from Denley, hasn't quite got all of it, so we'll knock it behind square to deep fine leg for the one.
Looks like he's being rushed here though, Denley, by Stanley. Doesn't look comfortable out there.
Would agree. The conditions are definitely favouring Lancashire as it stands.
A little bit gloomy overhead with the cloud cover as well.
It's been Lancashire really, hasn't it, since we've returned after that very long break.
Just in the replay actually, I'm not sure if it quite got up as much as Denley was expecting that one.
Yeah, so Ekanch Singh now is on strike. And Stanley's at the top of his mark as he comes into bowl. And again, back of a length, and that's guided quite nicely down to deep point by Ekanch Singh. And they get the one for it. But yeah, conditions are very sort of gloomy and grey, so it's definitely probably favouring the bowlers slightly at the moment. But again, a lot of a stop-start day can. When I play, I never like that. You're in and you're sort of on and you're off, and yeah, it can feel quite stagnant sometimes. I'm not a very good waiting around player where some of the players get the pack of cards out, Uno, whatever it may be, and yeah, pass the time. Me, not so much.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from in that regard.
Stanley shorter again to Denley, and it's pretty much like exactly the same thing. He's guided it down to Williams at deep fine leg, but as Ben said, he's been rushed. He's not timing this, is he? It's more of a helping it's on its way.
Yeah, it's not coming out the middle of the bat.
So Bahanan at short leg, so that short ball seems a favourable option currently to Joe Denley. So it does obviously extend Kent's lead to 170. Ekanch Singh again then. Back of a length, defended up on his toes. No run, but is that another no ball? Or have I misread the signal?
I wasn't sure if the umpires were
checking how many balls were left, or he hasn't
communicating with one another there, possibly. Yeah,
maybe. I only say that because Stanley sort of scratched out the line with his spikes, which maybe said to me, was that a no ball? But it doesn't look like it is. The scoreboard hasn't updated as of yet.
No, I think you're right. That might just be.
That's a brilliant delivery again, slightly shorter, beats Ekanch Singh for pace. And it's gone whistling into Hurst's gloves. It's a brilliant delivery. He's quick, isn't he, Stanley?
Yeah, he's really rushing these two Kent batters at the moment. Whether they're not picking it up as well due to the gloom, or if the pitch is just being a little bit more up and down in terms of the bounce. Even the umpire there was indicating that one's took off a little bit.
Indeed. So last ball then. Short ball, and that's absolutely taken off. Very good take by Hurst in the end as he moves down the leg side. Ekanch Singh could do nothing about that. That's the end of the over. Kent 161 for 3.
Yeah, 50 overs gone now in this Kent innings. Slightly surprised that wasn't a wide.
Yeah, it did absolutely take off, didn't it?
But maybe as it passed Singh. Yeah, that to me looks very high, but I think Ekanch Singh will probably thank the umpires that he didn't have to face another ball from a very lively Mitch Stanley in that over. By the way, we were talking about Jaden Denley and Ben Dawkins being the youngest ever Kent opening pair, obviously two teenagers. England under-19 internationals. Inside edge here from Denley onto his pad from the delivery from Balderson, and Philip Bailey actually emailed in to say that they're the second in years and days. So adding age in years and days, Denley and Dawkins, the second youngest pair to have ever opened an innings in the county championship for any team. The only younger pair were Greg Smith and James Taylor for Leicestershire against Essex at Grace Road in 2008. This one's defended away by Denley, and he says in the same or in similar circumstances to this game, in the instance that one of the openers in the first innings was absent hurt in the second innings, so therefore presumably James Taylor, who wasn't normally an opener, has stepped up to do it. Obviously in the First innings it was Compton who batted with Jaden Denley, and Dawkins batted at 3. Keeper up to the stumps, Hurst. Standing up for this delivery as Balderson's driven by Joe Denley into the covers.
What do you reckon? Last over before tea, or do you reckon they'll squeeze one more in?
That's a good point. Here we are with no rain,
I know.
and yet we're going to be interrupted by the tea break. As this one's defended away by Joe Denley up towards mid-on.
I get the impression that Lancashire are going to want one more before
Yeah, they
tea.
might be able to sneak one more in, I reckon. Stanley looks keen to get another one in. He's running in hard. He's treating this as a serious audition for finals day. 5 in the first innings. Denley driving off the back foot here out towards Tom Bailey at mid-off, who produced a beauty to get Jaden Denley out. Jaden Denley was batting really nicely. 74 he got, and was thinking maybe he was going to get that elusive ton, having got a bunch of 50s and half centuries in the One Day Cup as well of late. That's a full delivery from Balderson.
And they are going to get one more in.
Yeah, off the inside edge into the
Yeah.
onside. I'm just going to have a quick look at Jaden Denley's recent scores.
That's okay. While you're looking up for them scores, I think we are getting one more over before tea.
Good.
If you are a Kent fan, and obviously a lot of news is coming out of the club at the moment, back end of the season, new for 2026, it's just gone on, been released, is a new white ball pass. So it also acts as like a season ticket. So they are on sale now for only £170, and that is all Kent men's and women's white ball matches. So Vitality Blast and the Metro Bank One Day Cup, and that is access to all of them games.
New shiny new white ball.
Yeah,
Season
indeed.
ticket, very
As
nice.
Stanley's in, and that squares Akanch Singh up, but he'll get the single in the offside. So yeah, that's quite exciting.
And
So-
of course there is some Women's One Day Cup stuff going on today as well.
Yeah. So if that does sound of interest to you, head over to the Kent website now. Like we say, it's new for next year. It's the white ball pass, men and women's white ball games, and even if the matches sell out and you have this pass, it still validates your entry. So that's not a bad pass to have. Almost is like a football season ticket. It's similar, isn't it? That'd be quite good. It's a nice present for someone, isn't it?
Just a good point actually.
Christmas ain't too far away.
Pencil my dad in for Christmas.
As I shot and pulled away, and we've all lost it, I won't lie.
Has it gone for
For
6?
6. He's hit it that well, everyone. Joe Denley has hit that all the way over deep mid wicket for 6, and Hartley goes and collects. He was all excited
It's
with a
fine.
new white ball season pass, that's why.
He's finally lined up one of the short ones from Mitch Stanley. But yeah, nephew Jaden, recent scores: 74 in this game, 79 against Yorkshire, 65 against Somerset, 20 against Northants, 10 against Middlesex, 91 against Lancashire, 52 against Warwickshire. So really good One Day Cup for him.
And
Another
again,
short ball.
shorter, but this time hasn't got all of it, and it goes down to deep fine leg to Williams, and they get a 1. So again, a good bit of attacking here from Kent. Joe Denley settling into things. Lots of news.
Yeah, 169 for 3.
Lots of news coming out of the club then today. You've got your junior and youth season tickets as well, which are just start from £35. So again, if you just can't wait for the action to continue next year,
Absolutely, yeah. Roll on April next year.
lock in. Again, short ball worked off the hip. I can't think could be a run out, but all safe in the end. As Hartley a short 45 as a shy at the stumps.
Yeah, a bit more convincing
Yeah.
there from Denley and Singh between the wickets. I mentioned a moment ago, 20 years between the two of them, and that was that single seemed less of a surprise to Joe on that occasion. But yeah, I'll have an update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment. Looking at some of the scores elsewhere too, and obviously most of the games delayed at the moment at Chelmsford and Taunton at the Oval. Hove, they're done for the day. Tea at Worcester. Delay at Leicester and Lords and Northampton.
as that's driven nicely, but hasn't timed it as well as he wanted to, so Marcus Harris at mid-off can cut that off for no run. So there's one ball left in the over here, and that should be one ball left until we make our way in for tea. The good news is though for one at home, there's no rain here currently.
Indeed, which means we're going to get a cricket update very shortly. I can hear Scott Reed, in fact, in the box next door doing his update for BBC Radio Lancashire.
So
He's going to be at the England T20 on Friday, he was telling us.
Very nice.
Test match special, second T20.
Has that one there, it's back of a length but hasn't got up. Then he's tried to pull that into the leg side, but it's gone underneath his bat and it's somehow missed his stump. So that is the end of the over. That means tea is called. Kent are 170 for 3, leading by 179.
And of course the first T20 in Cardiff this evening, weather pending.
Weathering pending. But that is it so far. Hopefully we can reconvene.
Yeah, we hope so. With a lead of 179 for Kent. Here comes that update. Yeah, we are. Well, and the irony is we're about to go off the field of play because it's tea time at 4 o'clock here at Canterbury. Having missed so many overs in the day so far due to rain delays, we got back up and running at 3 and have had a 50-minute session. Kent have moved on to 170 for 3. So in each of the kind of mini periods of play that we've had today, in between breaks of rain, Kent have lost 1 wicket each time. The 2 young England under-19 openers, Ben Dawkins for 36 earlier on and Jayden Denley for 74. They put 107 on for the opening wicket, having of course been the youngest Kent opening pair in the county championship last night and got Kent to 96 without loss at the close. The other man to go today is Joey Everson, who nicked off to the wicketkeeper Hurst off the bowling of George Balderson for 26. So Joe Denley, the concussion substitute for Tawanda Mayeye in this game, finds himself 11 not out, having hit a short ball from Mitch Stanley away for 6 in the previous over. Ekansh Singh, a very watchful 13 not out from 58 balls. So Kent 170 for 3 at tea on day 3, leading by 179 runs. Elsewhere, a delay at the moment in the Surrey men's game against Warwickshire, pretty much parity on first innings, 246 and 248, the 2 respective scores, and then Surrey 276 for 2 at the Oval. Delay as well at Beckenham, where the women's team put on 313 for 5 against Essex. Hundreds for Emma Jones and for Alice Davison Richards in that one. And then Sussex, they're all done for the day at Hove, with Sussex trailing by 240 runs in the final innings of the game, and with 9 second innings wickets remaining. So hopefully in around about 20 minutes time we'll be back up and running for the evening session here at Canterbury, with commentary to resume online via the BBC Sport app and website, weather pending. As for those of you listening to the online stream, the players have made their way off for tea, and hopefully, as I say, we'll be back in around about 15 minutes time. If we can shake off the incoming weather that is on the forecast and on the radar. That haze, however, predicted to potentially prevent any further play. If the rain does arrive, it may well be that it's set in for the rest of the evening. So as ever, we'll keep you updated on our social media at BBC Kent Sport, on what was Twitter, now X. Keep an eye out for any news of further delays, etc.
Yeah. Why are you doing that?
Actually, I'm looking to more queues anyway now. There are 2 people on the gate, so I don't know they're not. But since the tea and things, it was getting a bit chilly actually. But well, no, I put a jacket, warm enough jacket. I'm okay, but I've been sitting. It's quite interesting cricket. I've taken to people who are down from Lancashire. Fascinating. Well, at the moment, just it's really come out to where you are if you're coming down. But they've just gone off on the East Coast, they stopped at 4, that's right. Or just after 4. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, send me a text. I'll watch it. I'll come out and see you. Yeah. Good idea. Oh, that's right. Accepted for 3. That's what that now, yeah. Oh, right. No, it was a picture, yes. Yeah, I just wanted to have it. you let me get you one, you might as well. I'll tell you what, you're at the next road. Yeah. By the time you get round to it, I'll give you two. Yeah, well, they're not much less than that, because they were off. They had come back on the field for about 20 minutes. Oh no, they haven't got sun. Yeah. And it might rain later as well. But, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I'll be near the entrance in about 10 minutes now. Yeah. All right. See you then. Good night. Bye.
Yeah.
Did you see the photo of the consensus? No.
So if I want to play one and get to the end, I've got to pay all my marathons. It's what I mean. Why just make it okay? I'm not a tech guy.
Are we sure?
We're almost done.
Surely it's 2 goals.
It's called the failed set of the Yeah, probably. You called the bell at the wrong time, Phil.
No, I think it's my phone said that. Lucy's phone cracked on for 5 minutes until they call it to 2 goals. Yeah.
Someone was speaking about clip bombs, actually really trying hard not to like he's kind of marketing.
Michael White, yesterday on that
Telling me, right, are you okay to just take that? No, that's alright. To be honest, I didn't think we were actually going to get out and play a game because it's meant to but it hasn't arrived yet, so we're in danger of actually having to play. Yeah, I think there's been reluctance from a number of parties to actually play today, so it's one of those type of days. Good point. Just no.
Where's the positivity?
Maybe leave it to I mean, if they're still playing, they're still playing. Yeah, okay. No worries. Catch you a bit. Bye-bye.
No, of course it does.
Yeah. Still going to be playing, baby? Unbelievable scene.
Floodlights aren't up. You're right.
So we are returning after tea. The rain has stayed away, which was a nice sight, especially as we see the clouds coming up over to our right. But we're going to get some more cricket, which is even better. Scott has joined me.
Good afternoon. Yes, it's gloomy, but clearly the light isn't an issue. The floodlights are not up.
They are not, no.
So, or indeed on, which is probably more important. So even though it feels quite gloomy from here, it's obviously okay with the light. There's rain around us, but not here. So, we've got some more cricket, which is a bit of a rarity today. There's not many grounds around the country that are seen too much cricket, and there's quite a few games that have been called off for the day as well, but
yeah,
got some bonus evening session cricket.
Indeed. As Alderson then starts us off, and that's a very strong on drive there from Singh, but he has hit it straight to Marcus Harris, so there's no run. Yeah, we I think one of the only games in the championship today down south, let's say, that is happening. As Ben gave you update earlier to what games are stopped, what games are still playing. But for now, here in Canterbury, we still have cricket. So Balderson back in to Sing then. That's a solid defensive shot in behind that one. So all being well, if there's no more rain, I'm going to test my eyes here. You can see on your, if you're on the live stream, there's 26.4 overs left of the day. But this is dependent on light and weather. Quite a short tea break as well, wasn't it?
It was actually, yeah.
Balderson back in then. It's defended away on the back foot from Singh.
Yeah, they've finished for the day Somerset, Yorkshire. Finished for the day between Sussex and Hampshire. Delays at Essex, Durham. At Surrey against Warwickshire. There's just one Division 1 game taking place, which is Worcestershire against Nottinghamshire. That's in play. And just one Division 2 game, which is here.
Dare I say it, sunny Canterbury. Again, a big stride forward from Singh. Defends that out to Luke Wells at cover.
Yeah, Leicestershire, Gloucestershire's been delayed. Middlesex, Derbyshire's been delayed. Northamptonshire, Glamorgan also delayed. Likewise, the game at Sale Cricket Club in Greater Manchester, where Lancashire women are taking on Warwickshire in the one-day cup. Lancashire 20 for 1 off for rain halfway through the 6th over.
That one again, back of a length, but off the hip quite nicely from Singh into the onside. But again, there being no run off of that one.
Warwickshire making 283 for 7 from 50 overs, so Lancashire's target's 284 to win before the rain came, but been off for a while there for rain. Lancashire have already qualified for the semi-finals of the one-day cup.
Very nice. Again, that was a tempter from Balderson with Matty Hurst up at the stump. He'd left alone in the end from Ekansing, and that is a maiden over to kick us off after tea. But yeah, I reckon the players were like, let's make it a quick tea break. We've been sitting down for the most of the day, let's go and play some cricket.
Yeah, it seemed it didn't feel like it lasted 20 minutes, did it? But maybe, I'm sure it did. But it did. It was over quickly.
Was indeed. Going to be Stanley, isn't it?
He bowled a nice spell, didn't he, before tea? It was quite a fiery spell. Some short pitch stuff and trying to get in amongst the rib cage of... Well, certainly Singh, not so much Denley, but he had the short leg in place and a leg slip in place for... Singh was batting for Stanley, but with Denley on strike, got a couple of slips. There's 3 on the leg side boundary, so there's a deep backward square leg, deep forward square leg, long leg, 1 slip, gully, and then mid on, mid wicket, mid off as well. Stanley to Denley. That's defended to mid on. There's no run. He's had a good run out this week as Mitchell Stanley.
Yeah, it's been a good few days for him, hasn't it?
Yeah. Just his second first-class game. His first first-class game, also against Kent. That was in the game at Blackpool a couple of months ago. Just reserved as his 4-day cricket for Kent. Is Mitchell Stanley.
I only play against Kent, that'll be it.
He's over the wicket to Joe Denley. He's down the leg side. Well, there's an appeal as to whether a little flick, a little strangle down the leg side, but it's only from Hurst, perhaps more in solidarity with Mitch Stanley. And the umpire just showing Stanley that it just brushed his trouser.
Well, if you don't ask, you just don't know. How would you pass a rain delay? Are you a card player, Uno, coffee?
Well, depends what number coffee it is of the day, I suppose, for that one. On 70 for 3, Stanley comes in and bowls to Denley. Tries to whip it away into the onside. No run through to the keeper. Not a massive crossword fan.
Right, okay.
Happy to... Well, I brought a book with me. I was doing it. I was having a bit of read before. So yeah, probably pick up a book, I would have thought. Yeah.
Okay. It's a good way to pass a long delay, though, isn't it?
Yeah, true.
Again, you're just sort of not having to focus on too much.
Uno, I've never played that.
Okay. It's generally a well-liked game during dressing rooms I've been in. But yeah, crossword, puzzle books.
Stanley bowls and Denley just in the end allows the ball to hit him. Sure, got himself into the right spot there, Joe Denley.
I mean, a very experienced player Joe Denley is. That's probably not the reaction you want, because I'm sure Stanley now will just come back in and bowl that delivery again.
Yeah, played slightly awkwardly.
Yeah, slightly.
Here comes Stanley from the Nackington Road end over the wicket and balls to Denley. That's hammered away for 4. And if the last delivery was a slightly awkward approach from Denley, that one was slapped away pretty emphatically through wide mid-off. And moves on to 15, 174 for 3.
There's young nephew Jaden Denley just walks in front of us this way. Watching Uncle Joe. He's done his bit today, hasn't he?
Yes, it was excellent, wasn't it? Last night and this morning, where that Denley and Dawkins battered. Stanley to Joe Denley, pulled out towards the leg side. There is Luke Wells on the boundary. Just a single for Denley. He moves on to 16. He keeps the strike as well. It's the end of the over. 175 for 3. And the lead is now 184.
So the end of the over comes to a close, and I don't want to say it, but there's some rain patters on our window in front of us. Not heavy as of yet though, so that's the encouraging sign. But there's a little bit of rain in the air.
Which actually does look brighter, doesn't it, out?
It does.
Towards the right, which is where the weather's been coming in from. So it's a little bit of rain falling, but then the skies have kind of perked up out in the distance.
You just can't read it.
You cannot, no. I mean, the forecast, the radar says it's raining, and it's not raining lightly, it's saying it's raining quite heavily. Well, it's not.
So it's lying is what I'm hearing. So Balderson then, and again straighter, played off the legs of Joe Denley very nicely. He'll get the 1 as Hartley is out on the boundary there in front of the Adboards. Yeah, so it's not raining hard here in Canterbury as it stands, but it is in the air. We're gonna hope, aren't we?
Do well to dodge it, but that'd be good if we could.
And that one there, a very good delivery, going past the outside edge of Singh into Matty Hurst's gloves. Bit of a way movement. He's got to nibble a little bit, isn't he, today?
Yeah, he will, Balderson, and this is a tactic which he uses quite a bit, with the keeper stood up, a couple of slips in place, and just get the ball to nibble around. Just outside off stump and get the ball to come back in, just nip away. And he'll keep just running in and bowling like this.
In again, back of a length. Held the back foot quite nicely there from Singh to Wells. Cover. But yeah, you're right, that kind of bowler's handy to have, if anything. Takes the stress a little bit off of Bailey, doesn't it, and Stanley.
Definitely does, yeah. And plus he doesn't really go for many runs. I mean, he's under 2 and over at the minute, Balderson. I'll have to dig out his numbers for this season, but I suspect he's probably about 3 and over, and he's bowled a lot.
And straight back of length bit.
So
Defended.
Sorry, Moise.
That's okay.
It just really, it's really consistent, kind of line and length, and just does enough. Ball just does enough. It's certainly when we're in this period of an innings, when the keeper can stand up, ball's a bit older, a couple of slips in place, he's a real kind of nagging, consistent, targeting just top of off, just outside.
Again, whipped off the legs, straight to mid-wicket though, so no run for Singh. But that's good though, isn't it? That's what you want as a bowler in your, especially for Marcus Harris, looking at who he's got, and you think, okay, you've got tall Tom Bailey, and you've got obviously Stanley as well, Williams, but having Balderson come in and just do this. It's frustrating for a batter. Because you can't make a mistake with the keeper up, you can't move your feet. Good cricket. As he comes back into Singh. It's a good leave in the end. Again, ends the over then. 176 for 3. Kent extend that lead to 185.
And his role in the team with the ball has increased it was the same last season and certainly this season. And because of that, he's kind of dropped down the order. He's batting at kind of 7 for Lancashire, but it's because he's bowling more.
Yeah.
So that's just kind of naturally seen the batting fall down a little bit. His batting numbers will not be where he'd want them. Certainly, a couple of years since he last got a big score for Lancashire, got 2 centuries in 2023. But his role with the ball is really quite significant. He's a significant part of their attack. Oh, it's gone back towards Stanley off a leading edge from Denley, and full credit to Mitchell Stanley. He's gone leaping out towards his left to try and get something on it.
Yeah, tall Mitch Stanley has gone full stretch to diving left. Couldn't get it, but again, he's a fast bowler. Big unit to get down there, isn't he?
It's a top effort, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's great.
Try and react off his own bowling, kind of instinctively away to his left.
Oh, that's strapping on his arm as well.
Just causing a couple of issues for Denley here. Goes short again, Denley looks to pull it, plays underneath it. Through to Hurst.
He's probably racking up some miles per hour there as well, isn't he, on Stanley? I don't reckon he's too shabby on what his numbers will be. Rain gets slightly harder here at Canterbury.
176 for 3, lead of 185. Good spell this from Mitchell Stanley. In bowls 2 down, the fuller delivery this time, just onto his pads. Nudged up towards mid-on. There's no addition to the score. It must take some time for him in just over the last 2 or 3 days. I suppose you start on the first day, you're running in, you're bowling, you've barely played any cricket in a couple of years in truth, and then you're kind of having to wake up and go again the next day and then come back and go again the third day into different spells to keep running in hard, developing that fitness, I guess. Pushed away by Denley into the offside for 1. So he'll take a lot from the 4 days here, Mitchell Stanley.
Yeah, I always give credit to sort of you tall fast bowlers in 4-day cricket, because it must take a hell of a toll on your body, everything you go through. So not to say the batters and fielders don't give it their all, but you think to yourself, your bowlers are the ones that are putting in the hard yards and the strain that they go under.
Yeah, he fancies his short leg, doesn't he, to Singh? He's got the short leg, he's got the leg gully, he's got 2 short mid wickets really, plus a fine leg. In and balls to Singh. Looks to take it on. Gonna carve the ball away. A little extra bounce from Stanley. Through it goes to Hurst. He's flashing at that one with Singh outside the off stump.
Yeah, a lot of teams have tried this tactic to Singh.
Okay.
So obviously it's some data that the coaches pull away from. I mean, he's not a bad player at all, and he's got a bright future ahead of him. But I think this is the kind of tactic that a lot of teams try and take to him.
I saw a couple this afternoon that got in amongst the rib cage of Singh. Which is what he was aiming for there, but didn't quite get it right. And it's speared away down the leg side. It's gone for 4 byes.
I only giggled there, as I've mentioned, for keeping myself. That seemed harsh on Matty Hurst.
Yeah, there's now what you can do about that, Hurst. I mean, he was going for that short ball to try and get it up in the rib cage, wasn't he? We just didn't quite get it right. Speared away down the leg side, gave the keeper no chance.
That has gone at some as well, and gone very down the slope. So I think, obviously, it was byes, but you've got to feel for him there. If I were Matty Hurst, I would not be watching that one back later.
He gave it the old double teapot, didn't he, at Mattyhurst?
Valid. Very valid. So, Balderson then to continue in the rain here at Canterbury. As he comes in to Denley. And he squares him up and he squirts that to point.
Sports Extra have rejoined us. I've been told just to get on with it. So the score is 281 for 3, lead of 190. Got Joe Denley on 18. And as Molly was saying, some little light drizzle in the air.
Yeah. But you are right, Scott. The clouds don't look that threatening. They look lighter than they were earlier. Defended away from Denley.
Yeah, we are the last game standing. Is it? Is currently looking, because the Worcestershire Nottinghamshire game now has been delayed due to, well, it says here bad light. So everyone's off apart from here.
It's that luck of Kent, isn't it? Come down to Canterbury. Never rains.
I did say that to you the other day.
Did. And he whipped off the legs, back of a length there from Balderson, and Denley sends that out to Hartley at deep mid wicket and gets a single.
Must be into the 10 visits or so for me to Canterbury, maybe more, and I can't really remember it raining. Today was the first time I feel like I've been hanging around in the commentary box waiting for some cricket. So.
And you've still got some play.
Exactly.
So
Never in doubt.
Maybe it's the luck of you being here today, Scott. That's why we're still out here.
It's always sunny in Canterbury.
Again, that full nibbly length from Balderson allows Ekant Singh to just play that defensively away, where all the Lancashire players have their jumpers on, because it's quite cold.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, apart from Balderson, they've all got a long sleeve on of some description. Looking at our window to see if any more spots of rain are appearing. Big shout for RBW. Says no again, so it looked like it was doing too much, probably slipping down. From my assumption, as I've said all week, we're not actually directly behind the bowler. Have a look at that replay and see what it's saying. Yeah, that one's going down. Doing too much, Balderson. So, one ball left in his over. Ekant Singh again just settles himself as he runs in. A big drive down the ground. One bounce and 4. He's picked that off a length and said thank you very much. Lovely shot there by Ekant Singh. And that ends the over. Well, that wasn't expected, was it?
It wasn't, no. I was giggling because Tom Bailey's at mid-off just stood there and put his hands on his hips and looked up. And, all right, blimey. I'm expecting that. Where's that come from? Oh, dear.
That's cricket, isn't it? I enjoyed that again. He's just sent that over, and Balderson's got a bit of a smile on his face as well as he walks away. Fair play, Ekant Singh. It's pretty much reminders, and don't pitch it too full.
Yeah, he's not had too many chances to kind of free his arms, has he? He's been a very careful, watchful knock here. 17 now off 74 deliveries.
Yeah, indeed.
There's Mitch Stanley to Joe Denley. Again, that gets in towards Denley. Trying to fend it off, it disappears out towards the offside.
Oh, Stanley wants Denley's number here, doesn't he?
It's a good spell, this. Either side of the kind of the tea break and the bits and bobs of rain that we've had.
Yeah,
He's gone short, hasn't he, to both batters, really, more often than not.
It's worked for him, though, isn't it?
Nice. Again, they've got 3 out on the leg side boundary. 2, 1 behind square, 1 in front.
Oh.
And 1 at fine leg, and again he takes one on the body. There's Joe Denley. Deflects away towards the leg side, and he gives his body a rest from getting a bruise or two by getting up the other end. So it's a leg bye.
Well, as Ben alluded to earlier, he had that arm injury at the beginning of the year.
Right.
I think he broke his arm. I think he didn't break. There was a nasty injury to his arm. Obviously, I believe it's the same arm with the arm guard on. So maybe he's a bit tentative around that. Obviously, it's fully healed now as he's back playing cricket, because the last injury that kept him out wasn't to do with his arm at all. But I just get the impression that maybe after that all being fixed up, it could be something to do with that. Or I've got it completely wrong, everyone at home, and I'm making it up.
Sounds like a good theory to me. Singh's on strike, so again, short leg under the helmet, leg gully, slip, gully, fine leg, short mid-wicket. There's Mitchell Stanley, balls to Singh, gets neatly in behind it and defends away to the onside for no run. Just noticed Jaden Denley, he's on his second lap around the outfield, and it looks like from here, what he's wearing on his feet, you know those complimentary white slippers that sometimes you get in hotel rooms?
Yeah.
Look a lot like a pair of one of those.
I mean, that's an interesting choice of footwear, isn't it?
Could be wrong, but it looks like...
Now I'm intrigued. I'll have a look now.
187 for 3. Stanley in and balls worked away by Singh towards mid-wicket. There's no one. They're probably something that costs about 300 quid, aren't they? But it's something very fancy with a maker's name on it. But they just look like those slippers you get from the hotel room.
He does, doesn't he? That's interesting. He has got some slippers on. There we go. There's many of the footwear he could have chosen, but I wouldn't have gone for white slippers.
No. Lovely in a hotel room, you
Yeah.
need to potter around. But
After a shower, and you're at home.
Stanley to Singh. Oh, it's in the air. Who's under it? Balderson trying to make up the ground, running away to his right at mid-on. It lands beyond the reach of Balderson. It's a bit of a slash from Singh. Got hurried up again with Stanley bowling just back of a length with some pace. Getting the ball into Singh's body. Flashed it high towards the leg side, but it lands safely.
Yeah, obviously Denley now back on strike. You feel that as Luke Wells, that's deep square and deep sort of fine leg as well. You know what's coming if you're Joe Denley.
Yep, he's wore a couple as Denley from Stanley. One ball left of this over. And then balls. As Denley edged it behind, he has. Caught by Hurst, and Mitchell Stanley deserves that wicket. He really has run in hard with tons of commitment, and he's tried to work both batters over. He gets Denley looking to drive at one, a little nick behind to Hurst. He departs for 19, and Kent now lose their fourth wicket at 188 for 4.
The double bluff. They've pitched it up and he's bowled brilliantly, hasn't he? He's sort of hammered that short ball into both Kent batters, and then he's put one through a little bit fuller and he's got his reward. So he'd be pretty happy with the day's play. So then now, ask the question, you assume it's going to be Harry Finch, of course. With no word on Ben Compton, I don't think as of yet. You think Kent are going to be batting one person short?
Yeah, because unless it just... I don't know, how long do you leave it before you bring Compton out? I don't know, but you'd presume if he was... Well, let's see who comes out now. Oh no, it's not...
No, it's Harry Finch.
It's not Ben Compton, so... Well, we'll wait to see whether he's able to come out and bat it or not.
So, yes, Captain Harry Finch now walks out to join Lancashire Singh. I think we've said earlier that Ben Compton is here. We've seen him in training kit walking around, which is good news, but I don't think as of yet we've seen him in any sort of playing kit or looking to go out to bat. So we'll be intrigued to see if he does come out today, if required.
Yeah, and for those maybe listeners who have just joined us, this is because of an incident that happened... Oh, goodness. First day, wasn't it? It was the first day. So it's Tawanda Mieye and Ben Compton. They were coming back for a second run, and they both collided halfway down the pitch. It really was a horrible collision. Both batters, well, Compton fell to the floor first, and Mieye kind of carried on and then stumbled a few paces forward and then went down.
Yeah.
they were down for a long time. Took a long time, obviously, for them to be properly assessed. Both batters got up and carried on in the end, and since then, Millet has been concussioned out of the game, and Joe Denley's his replacement. Even though the same incident occurred for Ben Compton's injury, because it's not a concussion injury, it's just a wrist injury, he can't be subbed out.
Was that then? It's been played into the offside by Akansh Singh. That was the end of the over there from Stanley's last ball. So Balderson now is starting his over. Yeah, so you think now left to bat for Kent after these two, Matt Quinn, Matt Parkinson. I'm trying to remember the rest of the squad. There's been lots of changes. The two haven't batted, so I'm going to put my theory on the line. Balderson again, and again a shout for a caught behind. And the umpire says no. Matty Hurst standing up to the stumps there to Balderson. Lancashire think he's hit it. The umpire doesn't. So in the end, not out is the call. Akansh Singh is still out there. The appeal sort of got louder.
Yeah. It's almost like they're trying to convince themselves as it went on. I don't know. You can't tell off the replay. Best view in the house is the umpires, and he reckons he's not nicked it.
He wasn't convinced, was he? So for now, Akansh Singh is still out there as he resets himself to face the next ball from Balderson. Shorter balled away, but he's hit it straight to Hartley out of deep square legs. It'll just be the one. So now Harry Finch has the chance to face his first ball of the game. So yeah, sorry to everyone that I stopped speaking through the order because there's so many Kent changes. Matt Quinn, Matt Parkinson, Mackie Cohen, Mo Rizvi. They're the ones that are a lot of M's. Mo, Matt.
Yeah, so if Compton doesn't bat next, it would be Rizvi. You would think, and then Parkinson.
That's who you'd assume. So Balderson again, top of his run into Finch. Fuller driven convincingly, found the gap, and that should go all the way for 4. So a glorious looking cover drive from Harry Finch to open his account in the second innings.
They are back underway at New Road, where Nottinghamshire are 26 for 1 against Worcestershire. They require a further 110 runs to win. 9 wickets remaining. So there was a bit of bad light. There's no floodlights at New Road, is there? So it's improved the lights for them to get back out there and not so on the hunt for a victory.
And Balderson Fuller this time. Finch just defends that. Back to the bowler. Again, good news. The rain has seemed to have stopped. No more spots of rain on our windows.
Goes to show, doesn't he? Look at we looked at 2 different radars. And both of them are still saying it's raining, and raining quite heavily now in Canterbury.
Again, back of a length worked off the hip, but not anywhere of any significance as there's no run. So that's Balderson's over completed. So Kent are 193 for 4 and they lead by 102.
It's the brightest part of the day, isn't it?
I know. The radar weather apps have called it all wrong.
To be fair, I think the ground staff thought they might be required to get the pitch covered as well at tee, because they had the that brown kind of matting ready to roll out should it start to rain. They looking at the same. I'm sure they were looking at the same radar apps that we were.
I don't think weather apps are ever meant to cheer you up, are they? Like, no one checks over to see, how sunny it's going to be. Everyone's just checking for rain.
It's very true, isn't it? Yeah. It's Stanley to continue. Singh on strike. Here comes Stanley to Singh. Plays that nicely. Gets it down into the ground. Worked away off his kind of hip down towards short leg, where Bohannon fields. He's under the helmet. Josh Bohannon. He's got a couple of fielders behind him towards the boundary. Wells had it towards deep mid wicket, and then Williams down at fine leg. 193 for 4, so lead of 202. Mitchell Stanley in balls. Look at that play. He's playing back in the end, inadvertently down back towards the bowler, but falling well short of Stanley on his follow through.
Silly point. If that was there, they might have took the catch.
True, yeah. A bit of bounce, a bit of pace. He's hurrying the batter up.
Yeah, that short sort of plan seems to be working to a catch thing.
193 for 4.
I'm surprised they haven't got someone under the helmet there, to be honest.
Yeah, just Bannon.
Yeah.
Short square leg. Stanley to Singh, driven away down towards the wide third boundary, and they've come back for 2. Throw coming in from Tom Bailey. He's managed to get across to his left on the boundary down at third. Singh moves to 21, 195 for 4. Lead moves to 204. Stanley in again and steered away again down to Bailey on the third man boundary for a single. 22 to Singh, 196 for 4. Brings Finch back on strike. The only change to the field would be that it would appear that Wells is coming in from the boundary at mid-wicket, but they've still got the short leg and they've got the leg gully and they've got the fine legs. But yeah, Wells, who was out on the boundary, maybe thinking that Singh might look to hook it. He comes into mid-wicket for Finch.
Yeah, so short leg still stays in for Finch.
2 balls left of the over. Stanley in, appeals for the LBW and gets it. Second for Stanley in this excellent spell for the big fast bowler. He's picked up a couple of wickets now. Denley first and Finch follows, and Kent off 5 down, 196 for 5.
Just watching that on replay, I think that's pretty fair. So, we'd assume then, obviously Kent's lead is 205. We're still playing, as Scott said, which is something that I think the player didn't think we'd be doing. So, you'd assume it's Mo Rizvi coming out to bat. So, Lancashire are in quite a good position. And you've got tomorrow. I think there'll be play tomorrow, so rain around, but we called today wrong. So,
we did, yeah.
Lancashire, if they can get Kent out today, they're going to fancy their chances tomorrow to try and get out there and biff the 200 they need, or whatever it will be in the end. So, Rizvi then.
Yeah, leads 205, isn't it? We think, it would appear, that there are 4 more wickets to take.
Yeah, and that'll be Mo Rizvi, Matt Parkinson, Matt Quinn and Mikey Cohen. So, yes, this will be an interesting passage of play here for Kent to come out and have to deal with.
Yeah, and this spell for Mitchell Stanley is 2 for 10.
Very good.
He's got 1 ball left of his 4th over of the spell. He was delighted with his 5 wickets, as you could imagine, but he was quick to point out that there was probably a few more runs on that column than he would have liked, and he would have liked to have cut out a few of the no balls. But 7 wickets in the match for Mitchell Stanley. So Rizvi then, final ball of the over, facing Stanley in and bowls and makes him play, angled in towards his pads and defends up towards mid-on. It's an excellent over from Mitchell Stanley, turning into a very good game for him. 196 for 5 are Kent, and they lead Lancashire by 205.
Yeah, I think so you take nothing away and looking ahead too far, but if there is play tomorrow and Lancashire batting, maybe the end of the day today is unfair, but early tomorrow with rain, even if they get some time, they're going to fancy their chances to have a crack at it. Nothing to lose. There's nothing on this game here in terms of promotion for these two teams. So I'm sure that if one of them can try and get the win, they'll throw the kitchen sink at it, and one would say. That's how I'd look to approach it if it was me. But there'll be a change of bowling for now anyway at the pavilion end. So we're going to have Will Williams coming on to bowl to Lancashire. He sits on 22 off 84. They're sort of the anchor of the Kent innings currently, as he's the person still out there batting. And obviously Mo Risby just faced the one ball. And I'm going to be joined by Ben Watts in a second. And yeah, we'll get some more cricket, which is good. Hi Ben.
Hello. We're all still here. Who saw this coming? I think people went home at tea expecting it to be raining. So Williams bowls to Lancashire.
Yeah.
Defended away, maybe kept a little bit low.
So Matty Hurst at the stumps then for Singh. He's done that last over, a shout for caught behind that wasn't given. So obviously a tactic putting into play here by Lancashire.
Yeah, he looked a bit offended that wasn't given actually.
Yeah. I think
Matty Hurst, he was convinced.
Yeah, I think he was surprised, wasn't he?
Williams past the umpire. Played back up the pitch by Singh. Looks so well organised. He's faced 86 deliveries for his 22 in this knock. Ben Compton might not be here, but he'd be proud of this inning.
Yeah, indeed. I think Kent are going to try and close the day out with not much more going on in that wicket column.
Albeit in the first innings, he was keeping a pace with Ben Dawkins, was Compton. Scoring it quite a good lick. This one's slightly leg side and flicked away out towards short mid wicket. Yeah, Scott and I were just looking outside, still thinking, well, there's a slightly grey cloud away beyond the Les Ames stand. Still looks okay away across the hospital side, where the weather's coming from.
Yeah, indeed. I think, trying to keep that weather at bay, aren't we, really?
Ticking away the overs. Lancashire ticking away some of the Kent batters, and Lancashire gets another run. A little bit of width on offer. Didn't really get fully hold of it, but drove the ball wide of mid-off for a single.
Yeah, so Risby then, he's only second time batting in 4-day cricket for Kent in the county championship. Didn't quite get off to the start that he wanted last innings. He sort of chopped on, but I'm sure he'll be looking to make a mark now in what presents a good opportunity.
Yeah, he's done well in the twos, and this one defended away out towards point. Saw him bat at Arundel and showed the array of strokes that he's got in the locker. Some of the ramps and scoops for one white ball 1-day cricket. But an opportunity for him in the red ball format. He's trialled around a number of counties to get a gig.
Yeah, indeed. He'll be looking today, I think, just to try and make his mark.
A few spots of rain on the window as Williams bowls to him. He is solidly in behind this one. Might be coming from that slightly darker cloud, but should be blowing through. It's still pretty windy out there.
So yeah, minimum amount of overs today. That was 18.
Umpires coming together.
There's going to be a chat, isn't there? Stanley's going to want to have another crack at this before they potentially call it and say we're off again. But we'll have to wait and see what the call is.
I wonder if they're going to check the light here.
It could be what you mentioned it earlier. Yeah. You said that light may be the issue before the rain. But as it stands, one umpire goes to the bowler's end and the other walks to square leg. So
it's not as... we've played in darker today.
Yeah, I would agree. So Stanley then, good spell here. Going to want to take another one for his team.
Yeah, as Scott Reed said a moment ago, fully deserved to get in the wickets column finally. He's caused problems to Denley and Singh, and moved Finch as well.
Yeah, he's into bowl now. Plays with the back foot, punched that very nicely, Akansh Singh. I get a couple for it, as it's for a vacant cover area. Marcus Harris goes and retrieves.
Mature innings though this from Akansh Singh, just digging in there even though he's been a bit uncomfortable at times, even though he hasn't scored fluently. Played a glorious lofted drive.
Yeah.
I think it was off Balderson, was it? Down towards long off about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, he did. It was a lovely looking shot, wasn't it? I think this presents an opportunity for Akansh Singh though to sort of, I wouldn't say state his claim because he has, but again to play that mature innings that you've just mentioned. It's a platform. Stanley's in. Defenders of the back foot. No run. So yeah, it'd be nice to see him do that today.
Yeah, doesn't look in a rush.
No, not at all. I think you look at Ben Dawkins, obviously first innings is really good for him, and obviously Jaden Denley 50 as well. So the other two youngsters have obviously stated the claim, batting higher of course.
Yeah, 100 partnership between those two in this innings, hoping to maybe talk to Jaden Denley after the day's play.
Stanley flashing drive this time by Singh, and a couple of bounces out to Tom Bailey at third, so it'll just be the one they get. So Mo Risby now has strike, and that is the 200 runs for Kent.
Yeah, there was one a couple of overs ago from Stanley that was short and wide, and Singh through the kitchen sink at it. I think it might have been before they even had the third man in play actually, and if he'd got anything on it, it would have absolutely flown.
Yeah,
that was a little bit similar with the width. Flash the hands at it. Yeah, well, bizarrely here we're actually playing, Adam. The radar that we're looking at, the forecast says that it's currently raining in Canterbury, and yet we are still out there playing, and it's a Lancashire on top at the moment. There's a few spots of rain in the air, but Mitch Stanley running in hard and causing the Kent batters problems. Removed Harry Finch, the Kent captain, standing for this game for LBW, having got Joe Denley caught behind. It was the short stuff that unsettled the senior Denley before he got off fuller one, which was edged behind to the wicketkeeper. Akansh Singh still there though, 26 runs. He's a slow innings, he's been out there for 91 deliveries, but he's just holding this Kent innings together at the moment after the century opening stand, 107 that his England under-19 colleagues, the youngest ever Kent pair in a championship game in Jaden Denley, who made 74, and Ben Dawkins 36, those two putting that on 96 without loss overnight. Kent have moved on to 201 for 5 in and amongst the rain that we've had today at Canterbury here on day 3. Just quickly elsewhere, because Surrey's women's game against Essex now with no result at Beckenham. The Sussex game against Hampshire going to stumps much earlier on this afternoon, with Sussex still trailing in the final innings of the match by 240 runs with 9 wickets remaining. Still not quite yet over at the Oval for the day, but they're off the field. A delay there with Surrey leading by 274 runs. Commentary of this match here at Canterbury, while the light still holds and the umpires have been checking it in the last couple of minutes, continues via the BBC Sport app and website. The umpires coming together once again for another conversation, and going to take another reading. Still feels okay to me, although I wonder if Marcus Harris might be told that he has to bowl some slow bowlers. Yeah, looks like Tom Hartley is being called upon here.
But again, if I'm Lancashire, I'm not hating that, in the sense of Tom Hartley sort of did the tail, didn't he, for the first Kent innings along with Stanley. He got a couple, so yeah, I don't think it's the end of the world. He got Mo Risby. I think if it wasn't him, it was Luke Wells chopping on. So from a Lancashire perspective, maybe not the worst idea. So it will be, as Ben's just said, Hartley to bowl to Mo Risby. There's the spots on the window, there's a few more of them, but I wouldn't say anything to be concerned about as of yet. There's still some people in and around the ground braving the weather, which is nice to see. Some people in the stands to our left as well, and out on the right hand side of us on the embankment, just in front of floodlight 4 next to the advertisement boards. So it's good to see people still around. So we're just waiting for Keaton Jennings to do a wardrobe change and put on his pads and helmets, etc., to get into a short leg position. But yeah, it looks very cold out there now. I will say that. You can see a few of the players' shirts sort of rustling in the wind. That wind there picking up slightly. Looking over to our right, next to the hospital side of the ground, the cloud is coming over, but it's been coming over all day. But we're still out here playing some cricket, which is nice. I'm sure the cafe here has had a busy day today with all the coffees and teas and hot chocolates being made. Probably a few cakes too. I'm partial to a cinnamon bun out of the cafe here.
Oh, I'm an absolute fiend for sweet treats. I don't do hot drinks and caffeine and stuff, so that's where my sugar comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweets or like a chocolate? What is it?
Both.
Both. Same time?
Anything, yeah. Yeah.
So Hartley then to kick us off. And it'll be, like I said, Rizvi taking strike here. As he comes into bowl. And that is worked down the leg side. It might be leg buys, waiting for the signal, but he's going to get one for it no matter what. And it is leg buys. Sounded paddy.
Yeah, a few more spots of rain. Just feel like some slightly gloomier cloud is closing in.
Yeah, I'd agree.
May not be too long before the umpires decide to call it a day on the light as much as anything.
Hartley back in again, shorter, whipped off of his legs this time, and they're going to get a boundary for it. It's a good shot by Akansh Singh, hits it past the shorter mid-wicket, and in the end it races to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and it's been as much as anything impressive from Akansh Singh, the way that he's navigated the breaks and the comings and goings of the day.
Yeah, indeed. It's always tough work sometimes, but he's getting some reward for his hard graft out there.
Yeah, he's batted pretty much all day. Obviously Ben Dawkins got out in that first 25-minute session or chunk of play that we had at the start of the day. So yeah, so he's been out there for most of the day. Akansh Singh up the order at number 3. But yeah, shown a real maturity. Okay, he's 30 off 94, but there's no hurry as such.
Yeah, so how is Hartley going to come in and respond then? As he's back in to Singh. And again, a nice full delivery, but a big stride forward from Singh. Just pushes that away. Yeah, that ball before it was up in the covers, I think it must have been drenched. Because they were drying it for quite a long time.
Umpires coming together. I don't really see how it's any change from when we started the over, to be honest, but presumably they're going to take another light reading and take the players off it. Yeah, Akansh Singh is walking off. Likewise Mo Rizvi.
Yeah, so it feels like I don't want to tempt fate here, because I feel I've been the person giving a negative weather update for most of the day, but I get
we were expecting it to be done by 3 o'clock, weren't we?
Yes, but if it is light, I don't see us coming back on. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, I think you're right. It's only going to get darker looking at some of the cloud away to our right where the weather has been coming from. And there is a little bit of a few spots of rain in the air.
Yeah. The ground staff are coming on with that big sort of brown sheet, as we were saying earlier, to cover the wicket, and bringing on the sheet as well to cover that. So with rain falling,
it's like a thick carpet, isn't it, that they're bringing out with the plastic sheet to come. But yeah, Akansh Singh walks off and gets a good hand from his teammates, including Ben Compton and Ben Dawkins and Jaden Denley away to our left, and the few members that are still here. A few went home at tea, and ironically the ones that have stayed are the ones that have been rewarded for sticking it out for the day and seeing the longest chunk of cricket we've had all day, actually, when it was actually meant to be raining. So yeah, bad light is the call. Rain actually is coming down a bit harder now.
Yeah.
maybe it has finally arrived properly, despite being on Scott's radar for the past hour or whatever. And Canterbury, it's definitely raining. It's not at the minute.
So you would think that would maybe wrap up today's play, I'd assume, with the rain, the bad light. So as you'll see if you're watching on our live stream, Kent potentially are ending the day here 2:06 for 5, leading Lancashire by 215. I'm sure there'll be more updates coming out of various social media accounts, especially here at Kent, to be giving you updates. But I think for now, there's not much going on, is there, Ben?
No, I think we're going to have to maybe sit tight for, don't know, 15-20 minutes or so before possibly getting the call from the umpires. They're just updating the scorers now on their walkie-talkies. So yeah, that could well be stumps for the day. And if it is, I'll hopefully grab a chat with Jade and Denley. Not sure who Scott's victim of choice will be.
I don't know. Good question. Is it going to be Stanley? Is it not going to be Stanley again? You just don't know, do you? It could be Luke Wiles maybe for that runs he made yesterday. Williams' contribution towards the end of the order. Who knows? We'll soon find out.
But yeah, in the meantime, we're going to take a break on the stream and via the BBC Sport app and website. And if you don't hear from us again this evening, myself, Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent, Scott Reed from BBC Radio Lancashire, and Kent women's wicketkeeper Molly Davis will all be back here at Canterbury tomorrow. But in the meantime, we will wait the umpire's decision on if that indeed is stumps for the day.